Welcome everyone. Hi, greetings. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. How's everyone doing? I hope you had a wonderful week. I hope today especially was easy peasy for you. It wasn't so stressful, you know. So I want us to actually jump right in. I want to play this video from Arise News, where what's it called? uh, I think is a senior advocate of Nigeria, was talking about no constitutional provision for interim government like this they were trying to talk about. So we're going to
Use
watch
Miro. When you
that
draw on a whiteboard, no one sees
momentarily.
it. With Miro, you
Let
plan
me
together in
let me know if you can see my screen.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise
Great.
News. Joining us now to review some of the headlines of today's newspapers from around the world is Arise News analyst Emmanuel Ifene. Good morning, Emmanuel.
Good morning, Ruben.
Thank God it's Friday.
Morning.
Yes, that's Friday. Ojinika is not here today.
Yes.
That's usually reserved for our segment, but it's okay.
Yeah,
we started. Wish you also a happy Friday.
Yes, we start the review with this day Nigeria's newspaper of record. The lead story, Agbakoba. No constitutional provision for interim governments. It's nonsense. It's an idea not feasible under Buhari, says Lalong. CD dismisses it as unwarranted, unnecessary, subversive. DSS report is fake. Plot to arrest Atiku Obi alleges Frank. Now, of course, the reactions still trailing the statement from the DSS concerning plots by some persons known to the DSS supposedly to truncate the democratic process and form an interim national government, as it were. Now, the newspapers are reporting this story. Agbakoba, of course, has dealt with this matter before. Recall that in April 2022, elder statesman, legal luminary Afe Babalola came up with this idea that we should suspend all the plans for election and work towards an interim national government. And of course, that idea was shut down then by all and sundry. But again, after the democratic process has taken its full circle, well, perhaps in full gear, you want to say, because of course the tribunals and the courts are still there for the gladiators to scale through, as it were. And this idea of interim government popping up somewhere and somehow has taken a life of its own in discussion. Now, other newspapers are also reporting the story. The Daily Sun newspaper, interim government allegation ploy to arrest opposition. Atiku is saying, challenges DSS to name those behind plot. Count us out, says Labour Party. Such plan will be a major setback at Bakoba. While the Nation newspaper are also reporting this story, Sage, that's Professor Ishe Sage, at Bakoba, Femi Falana, interim government unknown to law. Legal giants seek trial of plotters. Lalong, interim government schemers daydreaming. Of course, there is a quote there. We must all reject this nonsense and respect our constitution, which has no provision for interim arrangement. Of course, quoting Olisa Agbakoba, former president of the Nigerian Bar Association, senior advocate of Nigeria, who has also weighed in on this matter. Now, the Guardian newspaper, obedient protest in U.S. Labour Party distances itself from interim government plot. APC kicks as U.S. approved White House park for anti-Tinubu rally. Lalong, interim government advocates are daydreaming. Name, arrest those behind plot. IPAC chairman Agbakoba charges DSS. DSS alarm ploy to arrest Atiku Obi before May 29, Frank alleges. Huriwa, nothing wrong using legal means to stop Tinubu's inauguration. Call for interim government treasonable, wants SDP's Adebayo. Supreme Court dismisses Nwajuba's suit seeking to disqualify Tinubu. SPV saga. CCB invites Keyamo to substantiate allegation against Atiku. Yes, of course, the obedient movement in the US, they've secured permits to hold a rally at the White House Park. And of course, the APC wing in the US are also kicking. I'm sure before long, perhaps they too want to get their own permits to hold a pro-Tinubu rally, as it were. Rally, demonstration, part of the democratic process, and people should have the right to do so, whether in the US or in Nigeria, where Nigerians, wherever they live, of course, at home. It is part of the democratic process we have to restate. Now, the Punch newspaper, PDP nullifies Ayim Fayose's suspension, sanctions ward ESCO. Opposition party lists ex-Katsina governor, 4 others as peace moves begin. Party reverses autumn summons to face the disciplinary panel, 6 members unity. Yes, the acting chairman of the PDP, well, he said it on the day he took over that things will look differently, and giving fillip to that statement by nullifying the suspension of some party bigwigs, including former Ekiti State Governor Ayo Fayose, former Senate President Ayim Pius Ayim, amongst others. Perhaps PDP now doing what they ought to have done a long time ago, trying to reconcile, putting the house in order. We'll see how it pans out, whether Ayo will challenge the court process come April 17, when that ex parte motion will come up for hearing again, the substantive matter in that gave rise to that ex parte order, asking Ayo to stop parading himself as chairman of the PDP. Now, the New Telegraph newspaper, Kwankwanso, if Buhari wanted free, fair, credible polls, he would have it. Says Tinubu can't lead without people's acceptance. INEC abandoned constitutional responsibility. Senator Yusuf, Supreme Court dismisses Nwajuba's suit challenging Tinubu's candidacy. Yes, of course, yesterday, Dr. Rabiu Musa Kwankwanso, the presidential candidate of the NNPP, yes, the New Nigerian People's Party, had made a speech yesterday at the NEC meeting of the party, the first, I think, after the general elections, to review things. And Kwankwanso was saying that, yes, he was accusing President Muhammadu Buhari when he said everything ends at the table of the president. If he wanted a free, fair, credible election, he would have gotten it. He just looked the other way, the other side, and the criminals took over. Nobody is celebrating the victory of the election except Kano and Abia states. But I think there have been celebrations in a number of states, not just Kano and Abia. Well, that's what he's saying. That's Rabiu Musa Kwankwanso insisting that the security agents didn't do much. Those asking people to go to court know that the courts are their home. That's Rabiu Musa Kwankwanso, presidential candidate of the NNPP. Now, there's one more story in the front page of the New Telegraph. Yes, Matawale, how new Naira policy cost me re-election. Yes, Bello Matawale, the governor of Zamfara State. Yes, he lost to the PDP candidate, and he said, well, the new Naira policy cost him. And he also added that so much 300 lorries of soldiers were sent to his state. Soldiers that were not sent to his state when bandits took over his state were sent on election day. Well, he did not mention that he also jumped ship by abandoning the party that on whose platform he rode to power. Was that a factor? Yes, because his deputy then refused to join him in that potting move when he came to the ruling party. Well, it did not favor him. Now he's blaming the president, he's blaming the deployment of soldiers, and of course, the Naira policy for his defeat. The Daily Trust newspaper, Labour cautions federal government on petroleum subsidy removal. Nigerians worried over unclear palliatives plan. Cost of living to rise by 200%. Experts are predicting incoming administration must make refineries rail system work. Now, the other thing the new administration must deal with, Nigerian Tribune reporting, DMO, Nigeria's public debt rises to 46.25 trillion naira. Well, that is excluding the ways and means, which is also a big burden. Huge headache for the next president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, president-elect. I'm sure his team will be scratching their heads on how to deal with all the major issues in the polity. Now, the Vanguard newspaper reporting Nasima others least risk to economy as debt hits 46.3 trillion. Debt service falls 8.2% to 3.87 trillion. That's debt servicing. Debt stock within acceptable limits, of course. DMO insisting. Now, the Business Day newspaper, Nigerians champagne consumption hit 8-year high. According to this report, Nigeria's champagne import volumes increased by 15.3% to 644,452 bottles in 2022. That is excluding the 40-year-old whiskey and the 30-year-old brandy that also came into the country. Ruben, I don't know how much you consume out of that, Ruben, but that is state secret. Well, the foreign newspapers quickly, the Times of London, retire early if you did not go to university. That is the new policy there. Yes, pension age rise to 68 years for rest still on the table. Now, graduates will work for longer under the plans to allow people in manual jobs to claim their state pension earlier.
Yes. We've got to go. That's because the British authorities want to reduce spending, put a cap on pension spending, reduce it to about 6% of GDP. But I was going to talk about rainfall in Lagos State. Yesterday, there was a conference by the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and water resources. And the message there is that there will be more rainfall this year from April 1 to December. The highest rate of rainfall in the last decade. So there will be flooding, there will be a lot of challenges, but they say they are getting prepared.
Okay. All right. I actually wanted us to just listen to, let me see, there's something else I want to show. Okay, there we go. I really need to show this. Welcome, Amaka. Welcome, Christopher Romari. Good to have you here. Happy Friday to everyone. I'm trying to roll through the videos. Welcome, Victory, all the way.
Just yesterday, Thursday, we had Arise analyst Dayo Shobowale here to discuss the crisis rocking the Yoruba socio-political and cultural organization over distinct choices made by its now two factions on the 2023 presidential election. On Monday this week, the Ayo Adebanjo-led faction met to discuss issues contingent to those elections, as well as undertake some serious house cleaning. As we continue to track that developing story, we are now being joined for a quick chat by the elder statesman himself, Chief Ayo Adebanjo. Good afternoon and great to see you again. Welcome to Newsday.
Good afternoon to you,
Now, sir, you've made your position clear on the outcome of the presidential election. You believe the Labour Party's Peter Obi won the election and you are in support of his legal battle to reclaim his mandate, so to speak. But Power Fashionality has rejected this position, given the impression that Afenifere is not united and that in faction, your faction is acting unilaterally. Can you speak to us on this?
Mr. Chebutokpe, I have refused to be engaged in that controversy. If Power Fashionality is not too old to get people to fractionalize the party, I am too old to be involved in that type of thing now. It's a closed chapter. If people believe there's faction, there's no faction in the party. I've made that one clear. The man is a past leader of the party. He's functional official. Those who want to use him to split the party are just making use of him. Those are the people who have opposed him till now. They want to make use of him. I don't want any diversion on this issue. We have taken a stand. If people believe in the party, let them follow them. I'm not in that controversy at all. As far as Afenifere is concerned, we have closed that chapter. We have made our case known to the party. We have told he has resigned, and that's closed chapter. That's what we're discussing now. The country is going to blazes. They are now saying, no, I support you, I don't support you. If you support him, carry on. I've taken my stand, you have taken your stand. And you press when we continue to say fraction. Don't refer to me as a fractional leader. I am the leader of the party, de facto and de jure. If there's any fractional principle, I don't attend to it. Don't bring any question about the faction. These are the people. I don't want to be involved in this controversy at all. It will change the narrative. The position I have taken the reasons. I want them to address the reason why I support him and why I don't support him. Whether you do this or that, that's not my business. That's an affair of the party. And as far as we are concerned, we have solved that problem. The position is they are very that I the lead, and there's no faction. Anybody wants to be involved in this petty discussion, I'm not involved in this.
Okay, well, let's move on. But just before that, you were referring to Afenifere as a party. I'm sure you meant socio-cultural group, just for clarification.
But Afenifere is a... Get your question clear. I often make this position clear every time. Afenifere is a political party with the military banned during the British era, and we adopted the local name of Afenifere ever since. We are political, cultural, and whatever it is, but we are political party ab initio, national, with definite political ideology of federalism and welfare state, which we demonstrated in the Western region in the 50s, which made the landmark of our Lord regime, which is the standard bearer or this classic example of the standard of administration of a Nigerian, of an African. In the whole of the terrorists now, our Lord regime was action group, which is Afenifere. So don't say it's a cultural something. Those who want to say it's a Yoruba man when they want to make use of it, that's their affair. We are a very political party, national.
All right, thank you so much for that clarification.
As the catchment area, let that one be clear.
All right, thank you, sir, for the clarification. Okay, I also want to talk about the suspension of the publicity secretary and the organizing secretary of the group. That's Mr. Jare Ajayi and Kole Omololu. Now, the Ondo State chapter of Afenifere says their suspension violates the group's principles, as they were never reported for any wrongdoing. They did not face any disciplinary committee.
My dear Chief Tokwe, I've told you, I don't know about any Ondo chapter. There's no Ondo chapter in Afenifere. I don't know about them. And if anybody wants to believe in them, carry on. We have suspended them, and if they say they can carry on, I don't want to be dragged into that controversy now.
All right.
We are focused on our issue.
Okay, Pa Adebanjo, I want to move the discussion away from Afenifere just for a quick moment. You have said multiple times who it is that you support in the presidential elections and how dire the situation was for the nation. As we see, the cards have played out, and President-elect Bola Tinubu is soon to take office. What could this incoming APC government and President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu, what could he do in order to get your approval?
I will be 95 years old on the 10th of April in a few days' time.
This is the Patriot Power Sidekick, and it's going to help me power all of this right here in the middle of.
I am not doing this politics to be in office or to get anything. All those who are fighting for offices now, if you go be win, they get this. That is not mine. What I'm fighting for is what we fought, what we want Nigeria to be at independence with the founding fathers. That's what I'm fighting for. I'm not fighting for convenience. We say we are having an election. The Constitution says this one must be done. And the Constitution says if you are not satisfied, go to the tribunal. That's what we are following. So those of you are already accepting that because one stage of the election has been performed, therefore come and rally around. I don't take platform for convenience. I am one politician in Nigeria. I have no rival. And I came to make a research. If there's any Nigerian living today who has been in one party for over 70 years, let him come out. These are how people are just changing party when it's convenient because he has won a temporary victory. We will now say what we need to do for him. No. As far as I'm concerned, he has not won until fought the battle to the end at the Supreme Court. Then can discuss. We are saying the way he won there is faulty. It's fraudulent. You are not discussing that. You want to say, well, so in other words, you are now telling me that each time we want to do an election now, let us come out all the brutality we can do. Whoever wins will be accepted. So everybody will now be accepted. Come around. I am sorry and I'm ashamed of some of the so-called intelligentsia who are doing politics now, who are saying that he has not won. But those of us who have gone to court don't believe that he has won. We are disputing his election. And if you are talking about what to do, if he has won a free, fair, and credible election, that is the time to talk of what do we do to come together. The way of his coming to office is questionable. It's condemnable all over the world. And you want us to acquiesce to that now because he has stolen my property, he has gone away with it. I am chasing him to get it. So before you get it, just tell him that what do you give that of the property? No. It applies to people of this country. You are looking focus. You are losing morality. You are looking principle. You are not addressing the issue. And not even you pressmen who talk of no violence, no violence. No, we are not pushing violence. And if you obey, who has gone to court, he said no. I don't question your anointing me. I am questioning the process. Let us address that. If the process is fair, is it according to the Constitution? Is it according to the electoral law? Is there no violence? Those are the issues. What are the issues that both local and foreign advisors are complaining about that the election is not the standard that is expected? So this system that has been condemned by all reasonable people in the whole world, you want us to acquiesce to it, and so you carry on, forget the past. I don't belong to that school of thought. I don't believe he has won the election acceptable for me to be able to cooperate or to do any suggestion. I am still disputing the method of his nomination, of his announcement as the president. When I pursued all the constitutional means to question that appointment and confirm that he is, then I can talk of any reconciliation or something.
All right, thank you very much for that.
It is that issue that the people should address. I don't belong to the Yoruba. Say, oh, it's a Yoruba man. No, now that he's here gone. No. This is not a Yoruba issue.
Now, the Department of State Security Services, that's the DSS, they've confirmed that indeed there is a plot to set aside the constitution and install an interim government by what they termed misguided political actors. Can you speak to that, sir?
Thank you very much. And I want to speak to you, to the police and to the authorities in this country, including Buhari. The DSS in particular, does he believe anybody trust them? I don't, and you should do, in view of the evidence. Are they in existence to tell us that danger is coming? Or they are in existence to inform the police to say danger is coming and the police to go and take action? What are we making us in this country? What is DSA taking us for? If they are not ashamed of themselves, I am very ashamed of them. They should take us as tomfoolery. Yes, a DSS telling us danger is coming. When your duty is to gather the information of danger, inform the police, for the police to arrest the people. Not proaction, to prevent any damage to the country. That's why you are a secret police. What I don't know, what you don't know, that's what we employ you for. To say it and take action through the police. Not to another danger is coming. No, what do you want us to do? To raise the tempo? I am ashamed. One, that's the aspect of it. And I suspect the announcement is suspect. They have an agenda they have not told us. My view, it is an attempt to arrest leaders of the opposition if they are trying to do protest, which is constitutional. And they say, oh yeah, because you want to do this. If anybody want to do anything anti-government, and you have the facts, produce the evidence, and go to charge them to court. No matter how source is God. That is what you exist for. You don't exist to tell us that danger is coming. You exist to tell those who are responsible to prevent the danger to take action. Not for you to raise to create terror in the country, telling us that danger is coming when that's what we are supposed to prevent. And therefore, and again, is it that one who has that question?
Yes.
How far has this DSS been acting on information? The information they gave them, how far they acted on it? The one that Comrade now told us that those who are behind Boko Haram, that was since 2017. It was a super DSS, Department of the Military, Commander Laoni. It is on one of your program on channel. He said Buhari set up a private DSS inquiry to find out who are those behind Boko Haram. I have said it on the program before. And they gave them the list. Their own DSS, they gave the list to Buhari. And he said about the list, our present ministers in his cabinet, our present governors in the government. He has said this several times. I have repeated that. Have they arrested anybody? Besides, the Attorney General told us openly that they have a list of 200 names who are behind Boko Haram. Have you heard them since then? This is the DSA talking now, want to raise an alarm. So they exist to be raising an alarm and then putting us in fear. I'm ashamed. They should go for further training to do what to do about it.
Well,
they are not credible.
Chief,
and they are put to very inefficient.
Allow me to interrupt you just for the sake of time, sir. Sorry, we just have a little bit more time. And
what about those who demonstrated violence and all that during the election?
Right, Chief, right.
The man in Lagos, have they arrested them?
Chief Adebanjo.
There comes some people want to do this. So.
I'm wondering if you can hear me. I apologize for cutting you off. We only have a certain amount of time and we have quite a few things to pick your brain about. And you were speaking about the opposition parties, the Labour Party and the PDP. Now they are they've taken the electoral cycle to court. What are your expectations and how do you assess the grounds that they both have taken to court with their individual cases? Is it strong enough in your opinion? And how difficult do you think it would be to prove their own sides within this current judiciary?
Thank you very much. That is what the Constitution says.
Why should you use Miro? Well, when you draw on a whiteboard, no one sees it. With Miro, you plan together.
That is what we are doing. Until we see the end, I believe in the judiciary. Although the judiciary should know what the public thinks about them. But I'm a legal practitioner. If I don't believe in the judiciary, then that's my sign, that's my means of living. I believe in them. But I know it is the duty of the judiciary to justify the confidence that the people have in them. If what the people are saying about them is equal, I won't be part of that until I have although there are instances to create doubt. But I won't join them because people see the law according to what the evidence before them. My belief is what Obi is doing. He believes he won the election and he said, I will prove it. Where do you prove it? At the tribunal. So that's where we are going. And I will say, let them both the tribunal and the Supreme Court to make it public hearing, televise it, and let us see all the evidence before. Put the evidence before the plenum. Wherever they decide that, we will know. So, in the meantime, the destiny, the future of the country, the stability of the country is in the hands of the judiciary. They will either break the country or consolidate it. Our hope is in them according to the Constitution. And we have our hope in them. Those who are having their doubt, I want them to prove them, I want them to prove them wrong.
Thank you
and Obi and we have confidence in them until we get to the end of the Supreme Court. We don't believe there is a legitimate president, which is and I say the Constitution allows that if you are not satisfied with the election, go to the and that's what they tell us. Why are they now afraid that we are going to court? We say they don't do the thing right. They say we don't go through the electoral law and all that. It is the court that are going to prove that. So there is no quarrel. If the authority will do their job, if the DSS and the police will not be a collusion to the disharmony in the country, if they do their job, there will be no problem.
All right,
You
sir.
cannot have peace without justice.
Chief Adebanjo, I'd like us to talk about another issue, which is how divisive and tense
We are free.
how
As far as
divisive
I'm
and
concerned,
tense.
we are free to ask any question.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to talk about how divisive and tense the 2023 general election was. You've already made it clear, that is, Afenifere has already made it clear that Yorubas are not at war with the Igbos. But we know that a number of prominent Nigerians made very inflammatory comments. They've not been arrested, they've not been prosecuted. We don't know if there are any plans, to do that. But I'd like to know, how can we curb divide and rule politics going forward? How can we be nationalistic in thinking instead of tribalistic?
I have got your answer to the question. The answer is at your door. That is what I was telling the DSS. Prominent Yorubas who are making inflammatory statements, arrest them, prosecute them. That's what we are saying. If you are not in collusion, that's what I'm still repeating it. That's what I was trying to develop when you said you are another question. Thank you very much. That's the only way to stop it. When you see a crime being committed and you don't punish it, it encourages anybody to do the same thing. The question of police imprisonment or a fine is to serve as a deterrent. But you have people who have committed obvious crime in the presence of the police. Look at the DSS now talking. Are they not president? Are they not president and the police when they are carrying out the ballot boxes in the federal election and the governorship election? These are the people that want to talk for people to say they are doing their job. Let them do their job honestly, without fear or favor. We have peace. That's the only way to keep the country together. If you are talking of the peace and all that, and you turn the blind eye when somebody is doing something anti-unity of the country, they are not serious. So the solution is that let the authorities go after those who are doing anti-Nigerian unity. It should deter others. Any Yoruba prominent man doing that, arrest him. If I had never does it, put him in jail in spite of his age. And if anyone does it, to try him. Don't turn a blind eye. That's the question. The moment that is done, there will be peace. And then Yayam said this, Yayam said that, trying to draw wool and go. Everybody listen to that radio, that video. I listened to it. The man said that some political rascal. The people who did the damage in Lagos, are they not Yorubas? Are they not rascal? Then he says the whole of Yorubas, as if we are dummies. We went to school and we have certificate that can show. And as soon we went, you can say it. The school and university we go. So you can't draw any rule against us. The man spoke in English, and we all listened to it. And then they said the whole of the Yorubas trying to cause. It's unfortunate. That's one of the problems. Oh. People deliberately want to cause disharmony. You know them, you turn a blind eye, and you are now looking for, hey, if somebody want to do a Chinese government, oh, I'm warning you. Lazy people, inefficient people.
Well,
people should be ashamed to say they are in office. The whole of DSS are condemnable.
Chief.
They are one of those doing damage to this country.
Chief.
Without doing their job
Thank you, Chief.
Without any fear or favor.
Well, Chief, Chief, I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you can hear me, sir.
I can hear you.
We have expended our time. It is always great to have these discussions with you. It's a pleasure to speak with you this afternoon. Thank you for joining us, and happy early birthday, as you told us that your birthday is in April. Hopefully we will speak to you before then. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Una hear am? Hey, Baba don't vex. Honestly, oh, sorry. I should stop this one. Baba don't vex. So this is what we need. This is the type of righteous anger that we need. Honestly, I really, really appreciate him coming through and sharing his thoughts on that, you know, because if everybody just keeps quiet and we just allow this to keep going on and going on and going on, it makes people feel like their suffering doesn't matter. Sometimes it makes people feel like, what's the point of speaking? Why am I even bothering myself? Why am I stressing myself? Sometimes you hear that people will say, I beg, I don't want to stress myself, Jare. It's the same story over and over again. We cannot be quiet. We can't keep quiet. I really appreciate Pade Banjo. I pray that he lives his life in good health and strength. That man, oh my God, his conviction. You hear when he was saying, we're going to court, okay? We're going to court to prove. They're trying to find out, they're asking him, so aren't you going to, like trying to make him to succumb and congratulate the people that no, the man is standing his ground. That man doesn't have anything to lose. He's in his 90s, right? If I'm correct, Pade Banjo is in his 90s. Amaka, welcome. Oh, sorry, I don't even look comment section since. Una, welcome. Covenant Worship, welcome from Obodo Yibo TV. Good to have you here. Romari, my darling. Nell Sam, welcome. Happy Friday. Miss Top Notch, happy Friday to you. Greetings, greetings, greetings. Yeah, Eunice, straightforward man. The interviewer is also for her patience, right? She was very professional and very respectful. I really, yeah. And I noticed he's always going to her for interviews. In fact, when he gets there, he asks for her specifically. Yeah, I enjoy Pa Adebanjo's interviews. Honestly, guys, I can't even I can listen to this man all day. The man is in his 90s. This man has nothing to lose, my people. Nothing. For him to be speaking the truth like this, the man has nothing at all to prove. If he can stand firm in his conviction, what is your own excuse? What is that? What is your excuse? What is my excuse? What is my excuse? We need to get it right. We can't give up. We gotta keep fighting. I have one more video that I want to share with you guys. Please, because we need to see this, and then I'm going to share my link and we're going to talk really quickly so we can move forward. I don't intend to be here too long. Hopefully you guys don't keep me here too long today. Oh my God, it's Friday. Everybody needs to relax. Sometimes, listening to he's 95. Wow, look at that. Oh, he's 95. What an excuse. This man is standing on his conviction. Still very articulate. Oh my God. Hey, my goodness. See the fire from the man, as old as he is, standing his ground, not shaking. No, I really appreciate people who can speak the truth and own it without any type of sentiment. I really, really do.
Now, when in December last year it emerged in Germany that there was a plot to try to topple the state, German security services were sufficiently concerned to swing into action, launching one of their biggest ever raids nationwide and arresting 25 people. In stark contrast, Nigeria's secret intelligence police, the Department of State Services, or DSS, has turned its concerns of a plot to destabilize Nigeria into screamingly sensational headlines that read like something out of a spy thriller, or perhaps the spoof of one. There is no cast list, no protagonists in this alleged plot, and no arrests have been announced. So what is it that's really making the DSS to sit up and send out this prolific warning of social upheaval aimed at preventing the inauguration and installing an interim government? And just how widespread is this threat to Nigeria's democracy? How deeply does it run? Are there really Nigerian politicians who are radicalized enough and bitter and crazy enough to resort to systematic violence to prevent the inauguration from taking place on May the 29th? Well, for his reaction and assessment, I'm joined now in the studio by the noted public policy expert and supporter of Atiku Abubakar and the main opposition People's Democratic Party, Professor Usman Yusuf. Thank you very much indeed, Prof, for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Charles.
What's your reaction to the DSS in effect saying that some people are planning to disrupt the democratic process in this country, install an interim government and prevent the presidential inauguration from taking place in May?
These are very weighty and heavy allegations that they presented without evidence. We salute the DSS for their service to the nation. Now it's very, very, very difficult time in this country that requires wisdom. And I don't see wisdom in what the statement is set out. What is the purpose of the statement? You should go to the DGSSS for them to explain to Nigerians what they mean by that.
Well, we certainly have tried.
Yeah, I know. But the point is, what is the purpose? At a time when millions of Nigerians are aggrieved after a flawed election, and I have been on record saying it's flawed in real time, even before the result was announced. And here you are, the screamy part of a ruling party, throwing a lot of inciting things. People are aggrieved. Now is the time for sane people to come in and calm people's nerves, not for an intelligence agency to come out and tell the world, oh, we know there are some people trying to literally overthrow the government and install an interim government. Who are these people? In the UK, does MI5 come and say, oh, we know there are people and walk away? Or in the United States, the FBI say, we know there are people and walk away?
Nevertheless, I mean, you're not disagreeing with the DSS and its role as keeper of the peace and law and order, because, I mean, you mentioned America. We saw how the FBI moved in when in the US, attempts were made to storm Congress and prevent the certification of the presidential election.
Right. So DSS, don't come and tell us, we know you're going. It's like EFCC coming to tell us we are keeping an eye on thieves stealing money. That's not what we want to hear. What we want to hear is what you have done and how you can reassure Nigerians. Now, what do you want Nigerians to do? Be fearful? Another answers insurrection is coming? What are you doing about it? So that's not wise. If there are people, truly there is a plot to do what you're saying they're doing, go get them. That's what you're paid to do.
But does the fact that the allegation is coming from the DSS make it more credible and therefore more alarming? Or are you one of those who believes that the DSS is a cooperating part of the ruling party and has simply tapped into their wishes to scare away those who continue to question the legitimacy of the election result and who might want to exercise their right to peaceful
Good.
protest?
I have a lot of respect for the DSS, but they have not reassured me that what they are doing is without prejudice. I looked at what they were saying, that the method they say these suspects are going to use to incite riots across several cities in the country, like ANSAS, which they failed. They failed to preempt. ANSAS was essentially an intelligence failure. So is the DSS trying to overcorrect for their failure of NSAS insurrection. Another thing they're saying, or the second method these guys are going to use is frivolous lawsuits.
Yes, I was coming to
right.
that.
So who is the DSS? Is the DSS qualified to say any case is frivolous? That's not in the, they should drive within their lane. It's not up to them to say a case is frivolous or not. It's not. So they are driving into somebody else's lane. Essentially, this is the way I see it. Number one or two things. Number one is that they are trying to rattle the cage and scare whoever they think they want to scare. Or number two, they are following the toe line of the APC. Because the APC, the screaming part of the APC, were the ones who started this idea of interim government. One even was saying the coup, and to the same DSS that invited him for invitation. Oh, now all of a sudden the DSS is towing that line. Say, oh, the interim, then DSS, when did you know this? Did you know this after the screaming part of APC started saying this? So you are towing the line of the ruling party, number one. Number two, you are essentially, and I looked at what they were saying, they were even warning or advising the judiciary not to. So you're telling people the right to protest in a democracy is enshrined in our constitution. We see what's happening in France. We see what's happening currently in Israel. Democracy is messy. People have the right to protest and agitate within legal terms. So the DSS, what I see is, are they using whatever they're saying as an alibi to go after people or to stop people from doing that which the Constitution gives them the power to do?
Which is a peaceful protest.
Absolutely, peaceful protest.
And
Anywhere
also
in this
the right
country.
to go to court.
Absolutely, the right to go to court, the right to peaceful protest is theirs. And that is what this DSS statement is coming out to tell us. Oh, they are going to protest or they are going to court. Hello, this is the right of every citizen to do that. And all the parties that are aggrieved with this election have taken their cases to court. And we have been telling our supporters all along to remain prayerful and calm.
In fact, I have to say that I would commend the opposition for the way that they have kept the lid on the disenchantment that rocked this country and I think continues to rock the country.
And it honestly has not been easy.
I can imagine.
And it's made worse by these people that think they've won the election coming out to make insightful statements. I do not see an adult coming to tell them, hey, shut up. We have business to do. We have a nation to heal. This is not the time to make this inciting statement. And DSS, do your job. Don't get into politics. People have the right to go to court. People have the right to protest anywhere in this country. And do not criminalize all of these. And we are watching very closely. This should not be a threat to Nigerians to do what the Constitution gives them the right to do. All we are telling our people is do things according to the law. And it's in the courts. The judiciary will do the right thing. And nobody, no agency will tell the courts what is frivolous. It's not within the purview of any security agencies to tell them that. So
but are there concerns within opposition ranks, certainly the branch of the opposition, that's the PDP, that these kinds of statements from the DSS might actually make the judiciary a little bit nervous?
No, I don't think so. The judiciary cannot be rattled by this. The judiciary has been around longer than the DSS. They are honorable men and women, and the eyes of the world is on them. They have a weighty responsibility.
Well, the eyes of the world have been on them in the past.
Well, this time around more than ever before.
Right.
This nation it's on the tenterhooks. Now is not the time for this kind of statement. They know, DSS knows how to do their job quietly without coming on. What I see is this eye service what in Nigeria we call eye service. The next government is coming. Oh, let's show you we are doing something for you. No, the DSS, you are not for any party. You are for to protect the territorial integrity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and its citizens, not any particular party. The person that is said to have won this election by 8,000, and there are 82,000 registered eligible voters, so 10%. This is not the time to go, and this is the time to pull everybody together, to bring the healing and calming and soothing.
Well, they could make the argument that that's what they're doing.
Who is?
The DSS. They could make the argument to say that they're trying to prevent the lid from being taken off
not at all.
The cauldron.
Not at all. They are muddling the water. You're telling, oh, there are some people trying to do bad things. Oh, we saw them meeting at night. Don't tell us this. Just go do it. Get them. You remember that Nike, the logo of Nike? This thing is just do it. What is all this talk? Just go and do your work and tell Nigerians, we cut this guy because of this, and this is the evidence we are taking them to court. This serves no purpose at all. At all. It's making people more jittery, and it's making people more angry and thinking that the DSS is working for the ruling party, not Nigeria.
Meanwhile, we're seeing protests. I mean, we have seen protests little protests here and there for and against Bola Tinubu's election in parts of Nigeria. Do you think things like that are heating things up and adding to the tension as May 29th approaches?
No, and this is normal. Absolutely normal. If there is no protest, then you will say, where is everybody? People should protest, but do it peacefully. For and against Bola Tinubu and whoever else you want to protest against. Everything is before the courts. And people will accept whatever the courts say. And this is how democracies are ruled. We are a nation, flaws. With all our flaws, we must protect the territorial integrity and our democracy that many people have died for. Nobody will come, either security agencies or politicians, reckless politicians, come and destroy what we've built. Over the last 24 years, people have died for this. And this country, people have shed their blood. Many were left on the battlefield for us to be the Nigeria we are today. Nobody is going to destroy this country where we'll all sit down with, be it a politician or a reckless politician. That's why we're here. We raise our voices, we tell people, just calm down. It's not the end of the world. This thing is before the courts. This thing will be adjudicated.
It's interesting that through all this, including all the ethno-religious rumbles, President Buhari has maintained an almost sepulchral silence. Is it time for him to speak and try to calm things down?
Good luck. President Buhari never speaks. Never ever speaks. Allow him just to rest his few days, he's watching the clock, and he gets off the stage.
But are you concerned by the ethno-religious rumbles?
Yeah, very concerned. I mean, I wrote an article about the danger, the national security implications of religion and ethnicity coming into politics. And we're seeing that. We saw what happened in Lagos. I mean, this country was this close. Lagos would have exploded if they allowed rascals to destroy this country. You don't allow that. People have lived in peace for generations, and reckless politicians will come and destroy what many have died for. They need to be called to order, and that is the duty and one of the duties and responsibilities of the DSS. Not to come and tell us things are happening, but to even have found out how these elections were rigged all over the place and stopped them. And the national security implications of same-faith tickets, excluding a large population of Nigerians. And now we are back to my fear. I mean, I'm old enough, I've lived, alhamdulillah, I've lived 62 going to 63 in this country. We've seen ethnic, we've seen regional, and we are now seeing Thanks to all these politicians, from the president in 2011 till now, they have been injecting religion into this, from bringing pastors into this, from going to churches, from doing the same faith ticket. My fear is Nigeria cannot stand a religious war. See what's happened in Lebanon? Beautiful city, beautiful country, beautiful people. 15 years of war, civil war.
So people would say that the bigger concern right now appears to be ethnic rather than religious.
It's the same. It depends on where you are. In the Southwest, religion is not as big. In the Southeast, it's ethnicity. In the North is religion. That was why they did the Muslim to divide to divide Muslims from Christians. So it's all divisive from day one. It's not winning the election, that's the easy part. But coupling together a fractured nation at a time like this, when we have not seen this much insecurity, when we have not seen this much poverty and this much animosity across all 6 geopolitical zones, it requires somebody who can stitch this nation back together.
I know you said that, that what you just said kind of refocuses attention on President Buhari. I mean, you said he should just be allowed to kind of, stroll away. But no matter how this contested election and how this period ends, how much is it likely to be a stain on President Buhari's legacy?
Right. I mean, his legacy, we have seen in the last 8 years has been. I mean, I'm tired of speaking about this government and their failings. That we're just leaving them to the history, to the verdict of history and God Almighty. He said he's done his part.
So let's not look back, let's look forward. What are your thoughts on the transition?
On the transition, if you ask me, the transition so far has been messy. I haven't seen it. You now see a transition that is contentious. A person who is said to have gotten only less than 10% of the total registered votes. 8 million votes in a country where 82 million registered, in a country of 200 million. So it's not an election that is contested. What gives any government legitimacy is the free, fair, and credibility of an election. And this is questioned. Legitimacy internationally, nationally, and internationally. You need to read all the New York Times, London Times, and all the foreign publications, how they are not very complimentary of the way the elections were held.
Well, I was going to actually ask you, now that you look back a month after that election, what's your post-mortem assessment?
My post-mortem assessment is, number one, INEC did not handle this election well. It didn't. In spite of all the chairman and the agency promised. They promised repeatedly, again and again, this thing will be transmitted in real time. It didn't happen. I was here on the day it was collated. Nobody talked about beavers on the day of the presidential election. So transmission was, and there are allegations that some shenanigans were done before they came to Abuja. And this will be proven in the courts. We're not going back to relitigate that. The courts will do that for us. But the election umpire, we've lost faith in the election umpire. I mean, an umpire, democracy is dependent on the umpire. If people have lost faith in the umpire, that is a great risk to democracy. Not this telltale DSS is telling us. Before we get there, if this was a free, fair, and credible election, DSS would not have had to come and talk about this. It would have been clean.
Yeah, given that this is, the election is in court, whatever the outcome, how should Nigeria proceed from here? What's the way forward?
Right, and it depends on the leaders that come in. That's why I say leadership matters. You need to bring people, not this kind of people that are sending inciting and provocative statements that are annoying the hell out of everybody. Show you're a leader. Reach out to everybody. I agree, majority of Nigerians did not vote for me, but I'm a leader for all, and I will show it.
Well, to be fair, he has suggested that.
Who?
Well, Bola Tinubu.
I'm not talking about Bola Tinubu.
Who are
I'm
you
talking about
talking
whoever comes.
Well, let's leave that one hanging, shall we? Prof, I want to thank you very much indeed. It's always an enormously enlightening experience talking with you. Professor Usman Yusuf is a noted public policy expert, supporter of Atiku Abubakar and the main opposition PDP.
Are you interested in learning how to make money?
Oh, I was talking though. Oh my god. I forgot he was on mute.
I figured. Yeah, I
Oh my
figured
god.
that you
I was
must
just
be.
chatting away. I didn't even realize that's like we do a double take. Like, wait, I'm not getting any response. Welcome, my sister. Happy Friday to you.
Happy Friday, my sister. Happy Friday. I've never joined StreamYard through my phone. This is the first time.
Oh, okay. How
Yeah.
does it feel?
Well, it doesn't feel any different, except of course it's limited, right? The features, on a laptop you can have it, you can have the YouTube opened, and then you can also join the studio. But this is just a one screen thing. But I think there's less distraction with it. I like it. Yeah,
Yes.
it's not bad.
Uh-huh. My sister, welcome. Oh, Kilari
Mm.
with all the videos
Mm.
so far.
Oh my sister, I'm a little bit confused though. Which one be all these ones who then they talk say, then don't they protest for USA? You hear about another protest for USA? What happened today? Apart from this Lafayette one that's coming on next
So
week.
there's one coming on in Chicago. There's one
Oh,
coming on in Washington. There's one going
oh,
on in Los Angeles. Yeah.
oh, that is cool. Oh
Yeah.
my, that means you get to go to the one in Los Angeles. I mean, provided it's not too far from you.
Hopefully, yeah, I'm planning towards it, but we'll see. I'm planning
Ah,
to. I'm hoping that I can make that one. Yeah,
that's
because
wonderful to know. Man, we get supporters. They're full ground. They're full everywhere. I'm
yeah,
so proud. I'm so proud of us.
yeah,
I'm so proud. I'm so proud. I've been they read the comments and I see say you've been they talk say Charles Aniagolu Day. I've been what's me that in full name. I don't forget.
I know it. I just say a child, but I don't know a full name. It is.
Uh,
It sounds scared,
you
and it
don't fear.
the kind
Yeah.
of question sometimes they ask the obvious, like you get some questions when you no need to ask because so I
Mm,
get that their work. But for me, me that I'm a layman, I'm not a journalist. I'm saying, guy, that's an obvious question. And I mean, I've watched other journalists across the world. I don't see them the way they even, couch the question because it's obvious, right? It's
right.
clear that they know what's happening, but they just want to hear your own side. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
that, and maybe because Nigeria, you know what I
Not be
mean?
saying not be saying that because na Nigeria. If you dey watch Charles since how many days now, you don't dey fear plenty. And
Yes,
in fact, I put comment for one of him in interview. I was like, Charles, are you drunk today? Like, are you okay? Like you are just off script today. And the reason why I said that was because recently he invited one of these Labour Party guys.
right,
I can't remember his position in the PCC. But he, he's always been on a ride and cheerful. He even came in very cheerful and he was saying something about if the judiciary go by the evidence that Peter Obi has, that there's no doubt that Peter Obi is the next president. And Charles said, I disagree with you. Well, you should also know that it is most likely, very likely, the way he talks, very likely that Tinubu gets sworn in. I should let you know that. And then the guy said, Charles, I am not saying that nobody should be sworn in, but I'm just saying that if they go by the evidence, Charles doubled down. And that was when I realized Charles never does that. I will tell you the truth. He could be very objective in his interviews, but that day, about 5, 7, 5, 6 days ago, if anybody watched that interview, where this Hausa guy came. I think he's a Fulani Hausa guy that came. He's a representative of Labour Party, not Yunus Atanko, but this one is a little bit more elderly than Yunus Atanko. And Charles was doubling down. In fact, the guy started smiling at some point. And I was just blown away because that was just out of element for Charles.
Right.
We know he's not Rufai, but Charles don't they fear. So your observation correct well. Oh my yeah. Your observation are correct one way you observe.
Yeah,
It be
and
like saying they do them something.
when they talk, I myself agree because I don't notice am when Charles dey talk now, e dey be like say e dey fear.
They fear.
Blame am, I no go fit blame them for
No be
Nigeria.
small thing. No be small thing. It's not easy. You know
No,
that Rufai, that
uh,
Rufai get that kind attitude way Honda he get. And that kind one myself get. I know they fear anybody. You
exactly.
know,
Say
like
people, yes, go ahead. Sorry.
then then ready to wound, then ready to fight for the truth where them believe in.
Yes.
And that's the kind of person Rufai is. That's the kind of person Hyundai is.
Mhm.
You also sound like somebody who is ready to say the truth, no matter whose ox
That's
is
how I
God.
am. That's
Yeah.
why that's just a fact. I've gotten
Mm.
myself in a lot of trouble because of that.
Not be
Well,
only you, my sister.
trouble, not not bad trouble, but good trouble. And I get pushed back
Uh-huh.
sometimes, because like you're a woman, I hate that word, you're a woman, you shouldn't I can't stand that word. But I've
Mhm.
gotten pushed back a lot because of
Right.
convictions. But yeah,
Right. Wow,
yeah.
wow. Yeah. Great observation there. And thank you for playing that interview. Another thing that I also want to point out is people are, it's very easy to fall in love with this professor, right? You see the way he talks,
No,
although his accent is very confusing because I don't know which one. He
yeah,
bounces between British and American accent and it gets confusing for me. But really, people need to know that this guy is not a lover of Peter B at all. If they watch the interview he did before the elections, you will see how he discounted Peter Obi. He's an Atiku boy, right? The way
yes,
he made Labour Party look like, oh, these ones, they are not a threat to us. These ones will win them. This one. But now, people who don't know him as an Atiku boy, when they hear him talk, all of them are beginning to sound very reasonable now that they see that Labour Party is a force to be reckoned with. They're beginning to sound very reasonable. So I don't blame the people who are liking the professor and his antics and how he's sounding and coming across. But please keep in mind, this is not somebody that likes Peter Obi very much. In fact, he shows disdain for the obedient. Now some of them don't they learn respect, then they learn to respect us because of the elections. Yeah.
exactly. No, you're
Mhm.
right. You're right. Let me quickly come to Mrs. Madam Victoria. Welcome. Well, happy Friday to you. I hope you had a very easy day today.
Spouse-based girlfriend. How are you? How's
Easy, ma.
everybody
Welcome.
doing?
We're doing
Yeah,
good.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Everything is okay. We thank
That's,
God, and
that's,
I'm so happy. And we all know that Donald Trump is being indicted, and
yeah, that's been making the rounds on the
yeah,
news.
I'm very happy for that. And the reason I said I'm very happy for that is because that will show our judiciary system in Nigeria that truly nobody is above the law. And that will also put a little more pressure on them to do the right thing. You know what I mean? With
Right.
regards to this, our case that is pending, because they know all eyes are on them. So that is a very good thing. It will serve as a, like antecedent or, something like that for them
Right.
to know that, yes, nobody is truly above the law. And if they can do it over there, they can do it. Tinubu can be removed anytime, you
Right.
know. And I'm praying that I know we've submitted our petitions, and I
Mhm.
know they have served him the petition via his office because
Right.
he's without a trace, and they
Mhm.
have served him the petition. But I think they said he also have like about maybe another 21 days to respond and prepare his document and his evidence to come to court. So
Right.
if we have to deduct that and they have like 60 days or 180 days, hopefully, I'm hoping they should be able to conclude the case before the swearing in dates. I think that's what our lawyers are going to push for.
Right.
But until then, until they prepare their case and the case will actually begins, I think we just have to keep our our finger crossed. You know,
Right.
I mean, things out there is really looking good if they do right. We all know that if they do right, there's no cause for alarm. So,
Mhm.
in my own opinion, and I'm strongly believing that they will do the right thing, just because Nigeria is owing a lot of countries money,
Yes.
China, USA, and stuff like that, and those people are very much interested in justice in Nigeria so they can get their money back.
Yes, absolutely. You remember, I know, I'm sure a lot of people are aware. China refused to give Nigeria money.
More
They went to
money.
ask.
There's chaos, there's anarchy. There's a
Mhm.
state of emergency in Nigeria. Who is going to put money in such a situation? So,
Right.
with these people, Nigeria owing us all this paper money, it's going to serve as something we need to look forward to be. It's a positive things that will make them do the right thing because other countries are looking and they are expecting to get their money back. So, all eyes are on them. They will do they will do justice. I'm
Right.
just hoping, like I always say, I'm just hoping that this guy Tifnumbu is not gonna drag it and push some buttons and stuff like that. That's why I like the United States jury court system. We use jury here. There they use this one man show judge business.
Right.
So I
That
don't
they can
know.
pay, that they can put in their pocket, and he will do exactly what they want.
Exactly. So that is just my fear, but I'm so happy that we were able to, blow alarm or the whistleblower that this guy, the Chief Justice, went to London. So that kind of caught that, you
Right.
know. So it's a good thing. Everybody's talking. Dino is talking. I saw a video that Dino did today where he said in 1998, Tinubu was 58 and this is 2023, he's 71, and if you by calculation it should be 78 or
Mm-hmm.
77.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why everybody is turning why we are not looking into all of those things and things like that, but I
We
know for
did.
a fact I
Yeah,
know for
we
a
did.
fact I
People
am
have talked
convinced that
about
we are
it.
going to win in court. I am
Right.
very convinced about that we are going to win in court. But when the court proceeding is going to start, is where I'm not really it's my concern. But I'm very
Right.
sure we're gonna. And I also believe they should actually remove the INEC guy, Mahmoud, and
Mm-hmm.
they should replace him with Mrs. Nina Oti. You know,
Honestly, right? That's true.
I
Honestly.
mean, they should.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's shameful though. It's shameful because we're singing her praises so much, but truthfully, she didn't do nothing. She only
He
did
didn't
her
do
job.
anything extraordinary.
Just you and I doing our job. It's
Yeah.
just that Nigeria is so corrupt. Anybody that
Right.
does right, we like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my god. She only did her job, so that was it. But we thank God for her, and I think she's the face of justice, and she should be, like I said, if we can actually use her to campaign and stuff like that. Not campaign, but like a spokesperson. Not even for Labour Party. I don't think I'm actually for Labour Party. I'm actually just on the side of the truth.
That's it.
I'm
That's what a
actually
lot
just
of
on the side
people.
of the truth,
Yeah,
and
a lot
the
of
truth
people.
lies with Labour Party, and I'm there for Labour Party
Exactly.
because truth is sacrosanct, and you know,
Exactly.
the truth is truth. You can take it anywhere, and Obi truthfully won the election. By the way, I also know that Badebo, they have granted, not that it matters, and not that it matters, but it's still a positive thing that Gbadebo is also being granted access to examine the
The
BVAS. Yeah.
Rivers. Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
great news. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he has been granted access to examine the BVAS.
Oh,
Obi Labour Party was granted access, but they never gave it to them. So it
yeah.
doesn't
Don't
matter.
give
All
them
these people
two
don't follow the
access
court
to two
rules.
states. That's it. Out of all the states, it was only two.
Only two states, and all these people don't follow the court rules. Nobody obeyed the law. It's a
Mm-hmm.
lawless country. They only obey it when it favors them. When it doesn't favor
Excuse me.
them, everybody ignores it, and there's no repercussion or anything like that. But he's
Right.
been granted access to that because I really want him to be able to take over Lagos. And
Mm-hmm.
his father, being an ex-judge, Supreme ex-judge, I think that would probably will play a role for Gbadebo.
Okay.
So,
Right.
what else? What else? Yeah, the
Okay.
video and the people you showed, yeah, they're doing good. They're doing right. Everybody is pulling in their quotas,
Mm-hmm.
one way or the other, and we just wait and keep our finger crossed. Like I keep saying, though, I don't think Tinubu. You see, this DSS thing, it's just a propaganda. I think it's like, how will I put it? They are the one that is trying to do that, but then
Yes.
they're trying to use it as a base or maybe as a weapon to be able to arrest some Labour Party people
It's
because
reverse
they,
psychology they're trying to do. Reverse
yeah,
psychology is
yeah,
exactly
yeah.
what
I,
they
I
did.
think there's a word for it when you cook up story, then you start screaming wolf wolf.
Reverse psychology. That's what it means.
Yeah, it's a
Gaslighting.
reverse. It's a
It's
reverse
gaslighting.
psychology.
Gaslight. Yeah, you could say it's gaslighting too, or
Yeah,
preempting
gaslighting. Yes,
something. Yeah.
gaslighting or reverse psychology. I think it's
Mhm.
all coming from their camp. And like I was trying to say, I think yesterday was it because when they said go to court, right? They meant go to court and say, hey, the election was rigged. Let's look at the beavers. They were not expecting how hard Obi will hit them with this U.S. No indictments, the U.S. cases and stuff like that, and the
Right.
certificate and stuff like that. They were not expecting that. That was a shocker. That was a blow. That
Mhm.
actually destabilized their setup. So they were looking for something to counter it. You understand what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
Something that will measure up to counter it. They
Mhm.
couldn't bring the Pandora issue of Obi because it was already in the open, it was already discussed, and everything is came out clean. There was really nothing to rope Obi with, you know. So they
Mhm.
had to like cook up story, do a revised psychology, and then trying to say, oh, it's them. I mean, DSS said they know who these people are. They shouldn't just be doing rubbish on the internet and being all this miscreant behavior. They're supposed to be law enforcement. If truly people are trying to do that, they should go pick them up and
That's
tell
true.
us, we've picked up these people and people. But I don't trust these people at all because they might just be picking up people and just be lying against them and stuff like that. So I
Absolutely.
really, huh?
I said absolutely. I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, so I really don't trust this law enforcement. Did they not see others police officers in uniform that were stealing ballot boxes? Are they not part of law enforcement and stuff? They were
Exactly.
on the bike. They were escorting people stealing ballot boxes. DSS people are the one that escort MC Oluomo everywhere and stuff like that. So I think they are all APC, unfortunately. But I know that eventually, everything is going to come to the open. And just this US people being involved is just a plus on our case. So
Right.
I really
Thank you
like that.
very much.
Oh,
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ma, for those
mhm.
points. That was actually very well said. Thank you. Thank you. Let me quickly come to BB, sister of life.
Hello,
Um,
my sister of life. How now? I'm on motion, so
okay,
if my
rolling.
internet is a bit shaky,
Now I can come
it's just.
to you
But can,
when you.
but can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you, but we can come. I can come back to you when you're like, so that you don't get cut off when you're saying something really important. So we might.
Okay, okay, that
Get,
sounds good.
yeah,
All right,
when
thank
you can
you.
talk. Yeah, sure. All right. War Against Impunity. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday.
What's up, good people? What's up? How's everybody doing today? Happy Friday.
Hello. We can hear you. Uh-oh, your audio, man. Man, your audio. Okay, well, let me come to One Love. In the meantime, while you're sorting out your audio, War Against Impunity. One Love, welcome. Happy Friday to you. Thank you very much. Mr. Patrick says to thank you. So I'm thanking you. He actually came on live yesterday and was asking for you. So yeah, hopefully he says he really wants to thank you himself. So hopefully he's able to join us here
Yeah, no,
Welcome. Happy
no
Friday.
problem.
Thank you very
Happy
much.
Friday to you guys. And
Yes.
I just wanted to ask the lady that was speaking before. Did you say they grant valuable access to beavers?
Madam Victoria. Yeah, that's what she said. She said they
Oh,
granted
okay.
him access. I haven't seen
Wow.
it, so that's news to
Yes,
me.
they have.
Oh,
Okay,
wow. That's a good thing. I just hope the INEC will honor that order and let them access it because we don't
exactly.
have full access till now. We only have like two states, I believe, and they refuse to let us access everything because there's something that they are hiding. That's the reason why they're not letting us access it. I don't even know what's going on in that country anymore. They don't obey court order. They don't obey anything, and I don't know. I don't
Right.
know. Um, but I don't think they are going to get away with this because they never envisioned themselves going this far because they thought everything was just going to be business as usual.
Right.
Um, but I think they just felt maybe Obi would just give up after maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks and like, you know what, you guys can go away with it. But this time it's not going to happen like that. And I'm talking to people in Nigeria every day. I think ever since Obi went to court, they have been trying to go talk to him underground so he can give up. But they've tried many ways and it's not working for them. And
Mm-hmm.
at this point, I think they basically just want to live by the faith and go to court and try to defend their stupidity, But they already know they are losing. That's the reason why they come up with so many things. They try to frame him up and say, well, he's a bigot, he's a racist, he's this, he's that. All of those things is just the way a criminal works. I was talking to my brother like a few weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Um, he's an attorney and he's a defense attorney. Like he basically was just telling me if you're caught or if you are going to be caught as a criminal, you try to use different strategy to avoid the procedure, to make it look good, to make it look as if you didn't commit the crime. That's what Tinubu and his co-guys are doing right now. They are trying to attack Obi and make him look as if he's the one that is instigating violence in the country. But technically, they are the ones who started all that. You
Yeah,
know.
just like Nelly said, they're projecting. That's
Yeah.
another word too. They're
Exactly.
projecting whatever they're thinking. Remember during the election, I don't know if anybody else remembers, but I remember during the election, remember one time they were saying that they wanted to um um they wanted the INEC chairman to step down. Remember?
Hmm.
There was
Hmm.
that happening, and then the obedience were like, no, no, we're going to fight for the INEC chairman. They're trying to get rid of him because everybody thought that he wasn't in their pocket. That's what everybody assumed. So obedience actually fought to, keep the INEC chairman, but it was all projecting. It was all part of the game plan. They knew what they were doing. So what they did was, okay, they knew that they had this man in their pockets, right? In their own head, they were like, okay, let's preempt. Let's do as if we want to get rid of him. So that way they will now, say no, no, think that we're doing the reverse. And then
Yeah.
that's exactly what they're doing right
What they are
now.
doing. Yeah.
That's
That's
what they're
exactly
doing
what
with
they're
the
doing.
tribal sentiment. That's what
Hmm.
they're doing with all the things that you see is bringing a lot of rift. And of course, there's some ignorant people that are taking advantage of that whole tribal thing, right? Everything
Oh
they're trying
yeah.
to do now is projecting. They're trying to use reverse psychology on us. So we have to be careful what we're hearing, what we're seeing. Like, for instance, I know for Food they posted, he had an article that he posted on Twitter where he was saying that the collaboration between the Southwest and the North is stronger or something like that, intentionally ignoring the rest of the other ethnic groups in Nigeria. That right there is gaslighting. That right there, it is intentional to trigger and make people feel like, oh, okay, so okay. Now people will start having, they will start, responding to it emotionally. Some people will carry that one and run with it and start to fight with each other. So everything you hear, even though it sounds awful and it sounds like in your face, right now, all obedience, do not react. Just look at
Absolutely.
it. and re-strategize. That's what it is, because they're really trying hard. So the harder they try, the harder you know that this thing is hitting them. They
Yeah.
have failed with the tribal sentiments. They thought it was going to bring about major catastrophe. But even though it's still happening in some quarters and they're still burning some markets and all of that, it's all instigated. They pay these people to go and do these things. So it's not as if they're innocent. All the taxi drivers now are crying because of the tickets that they have, the ticket prices they've reversed for them. I say, okay, we'll never sabi anything. Shebi
And
na
normally, I want to quickly add though, sorry for cutting in. You know
no
that
go
pastor, they said they were going to get a hold of and arrest because he was the one who foresaw the interim government last year.
right.
I mentioned it that that pastor I told you I didn't take seriously because we laughed at him and all. He
Yeah.
came out today and he said he's ready to be arrested. That he
Whoa.
will repeat what he said again. That Tinubu is not going to smell that seat.
Hmm.
He said, I'm
Wow.
telling you, Tinubu, all your money will go down the drain. Your connections will fail you. All the phone calls you will make, all of them will fail. Come and catch me. I'm standing here. And, of course, I'm sure that they must have gotten some intelligence to know where he lives. But for him to be challenging them and saying, come and get me, I am here. And I'm repeating it, you will never. He said, Peter Obi is going to win. The reason why I thought to share this is because I have never taken this guy seriously. I don't take most pastors in Nigeria seriously. And everything he's been saying since June last year has been coming to pass. And for him to come out today and say, come and get me, you think I'm afraid of all of you? I thought to myself, oh, I'm going to tell Omoye about this because this man not the fear at all. If not me, I would not run.
So what you're saying that everything that he's been saying is becoming to pass or what?
I mean, he started talking since June, and I thought he was talking too much. I told her, I think I mentioned this 2 days ago that
Yes.
when I first started hearing from him, since June last year, I thought he was talking too much. He talked about how the election will be badly rigged and how they are going to underestimate the people in the obedience movement and how Peter Obi is going to have so much evidence that the court will not be able to say no by the time they see that evidence. So, and then he talked about the case going to court. And I'm like, what's this guy talking about? Oh, you talk too much, Joe. I remember telling my friend that God doesn't talk too much like that. That this
Yeah.
guy is definitely up to something. But everything he said since June last year, not long before this new one started seeing visions one day before election. This one said everything long before. I mean, since June. I mean, he had 10 viewers more than half of the time. And, I would laugh at him and say, who is this one? And where's this one coming from? He came out today and he asked them to come and arrest him. That except if he's just cooking things up. He said, you will see it. It will happen. Tinubu is not going to be the president. He categorically said that the problem will be too much for him, that his health will start to fail. But that it won't start just yet, that when the court case starts, when he sees the evidence himself, he will realize that Mahmoud did a bad job, a very horrible job, shoddy job for him after paying him so much money. So that's just something I thought to share to you guys, that there's a guy who is ready to be arrested because
Wow.
he says he's saying the truth and that everything will come to pass just like he said it. And all of that. And he said something about the APC, talking about the interim government, that these people are only projecting what they want to happen because they want to put somebody in trouble. So I
Yeah.
just thought to share that. Yeah.
Thank you very much for sharing that,
Welcome.
Sister Ify. That is amazing information. Itself, they are projecting because that's what they want to do. They want to bring in an interim government, which will be selected by them. It's going to be their person. Hey, these people, that's what they are doing.
Oh, is it that same guy? I heard one my friend told me one pastor said Osibajo will become the interim government. I'm not sure if that's the one you're talking about.
Some people are naming Polyneche here. It's not Polyneche. In fact, nobody knows this guy. Oh my, I'm
Oh,
suspecting that he's probably from the Niger Delta because he sounds like a Niger Delta and he's not sophisticated. He doesn't have time for all this, serere on YouTube. He uses
I
phone.
think I
He
think I
uses
must
phone
have
to. Hello, say what again?
I think I must have come across him on YouTube.
Oh
His name
yes,
is Kingston.
whenever he's giving his prophecies, you hear pots falling in his kitchen. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm so sorry. You hear cutlery falling, at the background. He doesn't have time for, making things look so nice. He doesn't have time. He just comes there, he says what he sees. And I started listening to him since last year, June. He's not a
Somebody
nature.
asked for his
Yeah.
name.
I think his name is Kingsley something. Yeah, the name of the channel is Rap TV. One word. If you go on YouTube, you'll find him. He's been talking since last year June. Nobody was paying attention to him until recently, when people started watching him and saying, "Oh my goodness, this guy has been talking." But I must apologize. I've been laughing at him since last year, and I thought, well, this guy is a joke. Like, how can he say all these things? And he's looking like a movie. But everything he said is coming to pass, and he's even challenging them that let them come and carry him. He's
I've
ready.
seen him, oh. I've seen the man, whoa.
You have seen?
Yeah, you should play him for us.
Okay.
Woo. Let me share. Interesting. The guy is. Let me know when you can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen, but it's not playing yet. So you see all this flower, all this decoration. I'm sure somebody just only suggested it to him recently. His video used to be very blank, or it was just a very ordinary, everyday Joe. Only recently did he start doing all this. You are welcome. Just note that. Nobody knew him before now.
Viewers all over the world, I greet you in the name of our Lord
Jesus. Wow. This is so okay. Let's listen.
Christ. I appreciate you for following the series of prophecy towards the new Nigeria and beyond. I want you to be rest assured that the new Nigeria will be born this year. Weeping may last for the night, but joy comes in the morning. I know some of you are happy while some are sad. And it is saddening to note what is happening in our nation. Our nation, there is a lot of gross darkness, but the light will surely shine. The Lord said, I should give you this word in Exodus 14:14. He said, the Lord shall fight for you and you shall hold your peace. In Exodus 13, he said, and Moses said unto the people, fear ye not, stand still and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will show you today. For these Egyptians, whom you see today, you shall see them no more. You are going to see a scenario where the people that are rough handling Nigeria.
If you say whether I should say
yeah, you sure say that. You sure say that this one for talk say Tinubu not go smell that seed. Say in don't talk, waiting in talk. Are you sure is this one?
Yeah, it's events before Peter Obi installation.
Okay, and it's today. This video is today or yesterday?
Let's see whether na today video. 11 days ago.
Now the old one you they play. He gave the one where there's one that he released today where he was saying, see, I've said what I said. This one is an old one. Yeah. The most recent one. Yeah.
This.
Maybe that one.
Yeah.
This one.
Because this one they say that how many hours ago? 13 hours. So it has
to
be
like say that this one, most likely.
Because that's the most recent, I think, on his.
All right, because that one is an old one, I figured. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
You sabi find something, no, if he
not be small thing. This thing they raise my BP. This cheating way than cheat Peter Obi, they do me somehow. That's why they investigate.
Yeah, thank you. Okay,
we go make you secretary of investigation.
I'm telling you, she's sabi be out. Forensic professional. All right, let's go.
Viewers all over the world, I greet you in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. I appreciate you all for flowing the prophecies towards a new Nigeria. And I want to assure you that we'll get to the new Nigeria this year. Because the Lord said to me that this year is the appointed year, 2023. You are going to see it. It will come to pass. You will testify of it. You will see it. It will come to pass. You will testify of it. The new Nigeria is the obit-dirty government which will be installed by the supernatural hand of God. I have two items on today's prophecy. The first one is the event that will happen to Bola Ahmed Tinubu before 29th of May 2023 and after 29th of May 2023. I repeat, the first prophecy is going to talk about the happenings, the events that will happen to Bola Ahmed Tinubu before 29th of May 2023 and after 29th May 2023. While the second prophecy is centered on clarity for the governorship election of Rivers State. Clarity for the governorship election of Rivers State. Now, let's go to the first prophecy. The first prophecy, which I told you, is centered on events that will happen to Bola Ahmed Tinubu before 29th of May 2023 and after. Now, I will read an anchor verse in Isaiah chapter 5, verse 20. It says, woe unto them that call evil good, and good evil. He said that put darkness for light and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Woe unto them. Woe unto them. This is God speaking through his word, the Bible. The Bible is the highest prophecy. The Bible is prophetic. The Bible says, woe unto them. I speak woe unto them that call good evil. Woe unto those shepherds, those pastors, those false prophets that call good evil. Woe unto them that call evil good on our land in Nigeria. I pray right now in the name of Jesus, every powers that is calling good evil in Nigeria, woe unto them in the name of Jesus. The power of God is going to bring them down. You will see it, you will testify. Woe unto them. And the Lord is giving me this message of the events that will take place to Bola Ahmed Tinubu before and after 29. I told you that he's going to waste his resources. He's going to waste his energy. There is no way for him. There is no need for him to have participated. I said it, that you withdraw from this election. But because of the heart of man for quest for power, he went ahead. I want to assure you that woe unto him. The Lord gave me a message for him in Revelation. Proverbs chapter 1, verse 24 to 27. This is the word that God gave me to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Number 1, in verse 24, he said, because I have called and ye refuse, I have stretched out my hand and no man regarded. He said in verse 25, but ye have set at naught my counsel and would none of my reproof. He said, I also will laugh at your fear when your fear cometh. I will mock when your fear cometh. God said he will mock bats when his fear cometh. Fear is coming for bats. He said he will mock bats when his fear cometh. Because fear is coming for bats. This is the word of the Lord. As I'm speaking, the power of God is moving. It's moving all over Nigeria. Fear is coming for bad. The Lord has spoken. He does not change. In that verse 26, he said, I will mock when your fear cometh, because fear is coming. In first part, he said, I also will laugh at your calamity. Calamity is coming for bad. Tell him to withdraw from this race. Calamity is coming for him. because this is the word of the Lord. He said, I will laugh at your calamity. The Lord said, calamity is coming for him. In verse 27, when your fear cometh as desolation, and your destruction cometh as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish come upon you, distress is coming for bad, anguish is coming for bad, fear is coming for bad, calamity is coming for bad. I love him. He's like a daddy to me, but I must speak the word of God. This is the word of the Lord for him. Now, let's go to the event that will take place. Before we dive into the event, there is need for you to go back to history, memory lane. I told you in September 26, 2022, that BAT will be shakingly declared. I told you the election will be rigged. It was rigged. BAT will be shakingly declared. We saw it in September 26. I said it 2022. And I said in February 10 that he will not be sworn in. I said it in February 10, 2023, that he will not be sworn in. And I said it that Peter Obi will be sworn in, but not in May 29. It will be extended. You are going to see it come to pass. It will be like dream. It will come to pass. It will manifest. It will come to pass. It's going to manifest. The Lord showed me a vision. Before I proceed with the events that will happen, the Lord showed me a vision. In the vision, I saw beasts all over Nigeria. And I pray unto the Lord, cut down the beast. And the Lord sent his host to cut down the beast. And I saw destruction upon the beast. And I decree fire upon the beast. And the beasts were born with fire. And as the beasts were born with fire, it became like refuse. And I stretched my hand and said, Lord, let your wide wind come. And the wide wind came and blushed them out. And I saw blood wash Nigeria. Blood wash Nigeria. The blood of Jesus is going to wash this land. The blood of Jesus is going to wash Nigeria. I saw a blood wash Nigeria, and Nigeria became white. There is going to be purity on the land again. There will be no more rigging. Relatively, there will be no more rigging. There will be no more rigging. What we saw in the election was a shambles, as the Lord has said. It was inconsistent. It was shambolic. It was a mess. We saw it. The Lord told me since last year that this is what is going to happen. And we saw it. That is what is going to be a thing of the past. Those ones will be no more. It will be a thing of the past. Relatively no more. God is a God of miracle. He has said it, it will come to pass. Now, let us dive into the event. Number one event is like the legal battle will become very tough. You are going to see a tough legal battle. The legal battle between Obidati and Bola Ahmed Tinubu will become very tough. You will see a tough legal battle. Tough legal battle. Expect a tough legal battle. It's going to take place. You will see it. It's going to take place. Forget about what you are hearing. Focus on God. God is the one that has the say. All powers belong to God. There is no power that is above God. You are going to see number two event. Obidati will fight in the battle in the court. And you are going to see Tinubu also fighting back through his agents. He has a lot of people working for him. They will fight back. You will see a battle. You fight, I fight. But at the end of this battle, number four event, you will see Bola Ahmed Tinubu losing in the battle in the court. You are going to see BAT losing in the battle in the court. I repeat, you will see BAT losing in the battle in the court. Number five event, like I told you, you will see protest. This protest will continue. Number 6, you will see agitations. This agitation will proceed. There will be agitations. There will be agitation. This agitation will gather momentum. It will gather momentum. It will gather momentum. Then you will see number 7, you will see crisis. You are going to see crisis. Crisis is going to take place. There is nothing you can do about it. The Lord said this crisis is inevitable because we are stiff-necked people and we are all repentant because of this unrepentant nature of Nigeria. God said crisis will occur. Crisis will take place. And you are going to see a situation where court, because this crisis is what will make court to ensure peace. The court is going to solve this problem politically to ensure peace. And they are going to restrain. Also, they are going to look at the integrity of the matter. The court also will look at the integrity of the matter. And Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be restrained from being sworn in. He will be restrained. I repeat, he will be restrained from being sworn in. God showed me this vision for a long time. He showed me the vision. I saw it. I saw the scenario where he was preparing to be sworn in, and suddenly the military came and took him off. It's like, to me, it's rough and do him off. And I saw Osibanjo making a speech. You will see interim government. In number 9, you will see number 8, you will see the military intervention. Number 9, you will see interim government. You are going to see an interim government. Whether they like it or not, there is no other legal reason that will make them not allow interim government, because it's a government of emergency. Emergency is going to come up. God is going to allow emergency to come out. And they say, what do we do? How do we do it? I told you that one of the generals that God will use in the South, the General Olusegun Obasanjo, will ensure peace. He will ensure peace. He will ensure the new Nigeria. He will ensure justice. He will ensure truth. He will stand for truth. I said it since last year. You are going to see it. They will ensure peace. Military will intervene, and the interim government will take over. It will come to pass. There's nothing they can do about it. It's going to manifest. Forget about what the enemy is saying. God is saying it will come to pass. God does not fail, but will lose. You will see a situation where by the time Bat is restrained from being sworn in, his sickness will pop up. You are going to see sickness pop up. It will become sick. You will begin to see a scenario where it becomes sick. Number 10, Bat is going to become what? Sick. You will see a situation where he will become sick because he will be so devastated. I told you that the wall around him will fall. His connection will fail. Our God is a God that does not lie. God never lies. His word will surely come to pass. All the wall around him will fall. His connection will fail him. His money will fail him. So is he going to be? This is the word of the Lord. It's not my word. It will come to pass. But we then decide to go to court. In the court, it will be losing. It will continue to lose. Court will support Obi. The court is going to support Obi. Forget about what you are hearing. The judiciary will support the truth. And the truth is that Obi mandate was stolen. The mandate will be given back to him. And Obi will be sworn in. You will see a scenario in 15th event that will happen. Buhari is going to support the court decision. Buhari is going to support the court decision. I repeat it. I've seen the vision where Peter Obi was sworn in. I saw Buhari there. Buhari is to support court decision. I am repeating it. Buhari is going to support court decision. And Obi will be sworn in. You will see Obi being sworn in. Obi is going to be sworn in. You will see it. It will come to pass. You will see it. It will come to pass. Buhari will support court decision. Obi will be sworn in. Now, you are going to see a situation where Tinubu will be wounded. He will be wounded psychologically, wounded physically, wounded health-wise. His health will deteriorate. I see in event 18th event, I see a miserable end of Bat. I would have wished him, if I know him, say, Daddy, leave that thing. Leave that thing. I see a miserable end of Bat. It will come to pass.
Amen.
The Lord said he will near the corridor of power, but he will not sit on the seat of presidency. See, hear what the Lord said. He said he will near the corridor of power, but he will not sit on the seat of presidency. I repeat it. He will near the corridor of power, but will not sit on the seat of the presidency. This is what the Lord said. This is the word of the Lord. Forget about the false prophet who lie. They turn good to evil, evil to good. The nation is being devastated, and they are devastating it the more, not standing for the truth. We need to stand for the truth. Let me tell you, God gave me a lot of pillar vision that shows to solidify my faith on what he has told me. I will give you some of those pillar vision. One of them is the Lord showed me Bola Ahmed Tinubu thrown up. He went very high, and the peak, he started falling down. And the Lord said, that shakingly declared president is the peak. What you saw there is the peak. That is number one vision. Number two vision, the Lord showed me where he was clearing grass. The more he cleared, the more he fall. The more he cleared, the more he fall. The more he cleared, the more he fall. And the Lord said, he will not be able to make it. Number three, God showed me a triangle. He said, this triangle, that is the map for Bat. It will go up. That highest peak, it will start to fall. That is it. Then number four, the Lord showed me where Buhari and Osibanjo, they entered the vehicle. Peter Obi was there, and they drove off. They left him behind. He was wounded. He had a wound on his body, and he was left in a dark place. Night met him there, slept on the floor. That is number five. Number six, the Lord showed me on the day of swearing in that he was sent away by the military, and interim government took over. That is number six. And number seven, I saw him waving in the stadium, and everywhere was dark. He was waving in the stadium, and everywhere was dark, and there were nobody. If there were people, maybe one or two or three, because I saw the place was dark. That is seven pillar vision that the Lord showed me to buttress the fact that there is no way for him. Doors have been closed against him. Grace has passed him. There's a limit to grace. It is better for him not to think about this presidency. My solution to him is to leave this seat, to withdraw for him, because his certificate will be withdrawn from him. You will see him, it will come to pass. Like I said before, the Lord said he will near the corridor of power, but he will not sit on the seat of president.
So now repetition basically at this
I
stage.
mean,
So
he's quite repetitive, and this is how these pastors are, especially for somebody who says he's so sure as he sounds. And for anybody who's on this platform, this guy has been talking since June last year, and I've been laughing at him. I didn't take him seriously.
you Sky Stream saying self don't they watch and sing. Say everything when you talk don't come to pass.
Now, so I did laugh and well. I know they take it seriously. You know me now. Somehow I just feel like most pastors in Nigeria are fake. So when he started talking in June last year, I was like, which one is this one? This one is looking for popularity. Oh. But man, oh my, everything he has been saying has been coming to pass.
Can
And
I say something? Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sister Ify, are you done, right? You've kind of you're wrapped up your thoughts, correct?
Oh yeah, I've wrapped up my thoughts. Yes, I have.
Okay. All right, Mr. Julian, you can speak now. Welcome. Happy Friday.
Sorry for interrupting. Yeah, happy Friday, everybody. How are you? How's everybody doing?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, what this pastor, this man of God have said is there is another pastor, I've forgotten his name, that said almost the same thing. Almost the same thing. In fact, that pastor even estimated that, probably around June or July, Obi will be sworn in, because there's going to be an interim government, you know. And personally, I have always believed there's just no way. There's just no way this man will pull out, no matter how devilly demonic he has been, and all those in the corridors of power in Nigeria, how wicked and demonic they have been. They have ganged up to see that Nigeria does not progress. There's no way they can pull this out because Obi and that is candidature is I mean, is just the finger of God, and anybody that is blind to see that, then sorry for that individual. There's just no way they can do it. There's just no way because under normal circumstances, by now everybody would have been blaming. Under the normal Nigerian situation, a lot of people would have been saying, Obia, stop now, which one you did? Let us move on. Just join. But instead of any people doing that, more people are even supporting, even those who didn't even vote, they are even supporting and saying, no, it can't happen. They can't steal our vote. So God's hand is in it. And I just heard something that made me feel so bad this evening. And that was Buhari. Why I'm saying that, why that man, this preacher, you see, when he was saying all those things, he was repeating. That was just for emphasis. He's saying it as somebody who is very sure of having heard from God. So those repetitions were deliberate to emphasize the fact that he actually heard clearly what God was instructing him. And now going back to Buhari, why Buhari will support, right? Okay, some years ago, I think 1985, people have raised this issue some time ago too. This Buhari, when he was a military president or a military leader, killed 3 individuals who were caught in Murtala Mohammed Airport trying to smuggle out cocaine, right? Drugs. And unfortunately, one of those individuals was a brother to, we all know Osofia, right? The actor.
Yeah.
So Osofia was interviewed recently. I think is it in Arise TV or somewhere recently, and he was saying, and they were asking him this, and then this individual that were killed, they weren't even arrested when what is it called, when Buhari was became carried out his coup and became a military leader. He was arrested prior before then. So he now came and then made a decree that anybody that was caught with drug dealing will be executed. Then he now backdated his decree to effect these people that were in jail waiting for their case. Okay? So you see how evil this man is. Prior before them, people were only sent to jail. Okay? Whatever, if they are found guilty, they were sent to jail. They were not to die on firing squad. But Buhari came, made a decree, and backdated the decree to catch up with these 3 individuals who have been awaiting trial for some time in jail. Now, will the same man who went and killed people, who were just found smuggling out drug, it's not as if they have even completed it, smuggling out, will he now come and then hand over power to somebody that has been found guilty? Not only that he's into drug dealing, but a drug cartel with other issues surrounding Tinubu. I mean, I don't know how on earth I know he's heartless, but I don't know how his heartlessness will allow him to do that, to carry out this kind of evil. So that is why I'm saying that what this man is saying, there's so much, truth in it. I know Nigerian leaders, they don't have any human being. They don't reason like normal human beings. But how on earth could he have handed over Nigeria to not only drug dealer, but even a drug addict? Huh?
Okay, you are using the word drug too much. I beg, make dem no come flag this video. Just say powder, I beg.
Okay, father, whatever. Okay, and then there was an interview. I think I sent that to you. I don't know if I think I sent that newspaper this thing some time ago, many years ago.
About is it the one about Tiff Nubu with his age?
Exactly.
Yeah, we saw
Exactly.
that already.
You see, I mean, this guy has so many things that I don't know if he, I don't know, it's not going to be, but let's, peradventure somehow, whatever, he becomes I don't know how the whole world will look at Nigeria with such a dubious man being a leader of such a great country with so much intellectual, so much, I don't even know, it's even unthinkable. I mean, I don't even want to
I
envisage
know,
that. All along, I know that it's not going to happen.
right.
So,
Yeah, no, you're right, Mr. Juden. Mr. One Love, yeah, you're right. I just saw your comment now in the private chat. I saw that they were rolling in the UN tanks. I saw it in Edo State. Can you speak to that? Because I don't really know
Yeah,
anything about. I just saw like a video of it. What is that about? Why is it?
that's
What is the UN doing in Edo State?
that's true. I don't know. Me too. I was asking myself, but I was talking to a friend last night, and he just told me the same thing, that they were surprised to see UN soldiers with their tanks and their vehicles entering those states. They are not sure what they are coming to do. So I watched this pastor one time before. I didn't believe him, just like the other lady said. But now I can recall he had spoken about this UN intervention. I'm just thinking everything he said is kind of, it's coming to pass. I never knew this is the pastor she was talking about. I think this guy is real. Yeah, I do not believe in religious stuff, but when I look at what everything that he's talked about, they basically come to pass. He said Obi is going to cry, Obi's eye is going to be red, and that really happened. He said Obi is going to go to court, and that happened. You know, he said there were going to be manipulations. All of these things are coming to pass. So I believe this guy. I believe him.
Wow.
in fact, it's been more than 10. Okay.
Skystream, since Ifi right now, everybody is like confirming it. Well, you know what? Amen, though, because to be honest, he said to everything that he's saying, let it come to pass. Because people have Cain waiting for him. Cain don't sing.
Yeah, because
Cain,
I was
You
wondering,
suppose
like,
share your own dream. Oh, Cain said he had a similar dream.
yeah.
Cain, why are you keeping quiet? You have that kind of dream and you are saying nothing, and you dey let us dey suffer every evening. Kenny, I'm not happy with you. You say you see vision. You found yourself in the middle of Obi inauguration. Then you not tell us every time I come here, come they shout, they cry, they do everything. Kenny, this is not good. Eh?
Kenny na prophet oh.
In fact, Kenny prophet in the house, and you just quiet. You know you don't talk anything. You know may we expose you. Now you've been exposed. Is what you have been dreaming. Can you imagine? Kenny, now you
Yeah.
make us they suffer every evening, they cry, they get heavy hearts.
I,
I'm not
I
happy.
really I really believe this pastor now. When I saw those UN vehicles and the UN soldiers entering Nigeria, like I totally believe this guy. Like, because I was waiting. When is the UN going to come? When is the UN going to come? I almost thought this guy he didn't know what he was talking about. Like, everything is happening before my eyes. When I went back and watched his older videos, like, he's legit. This guy knows what he's talking about. He's not lying.
Wow.
Yeah, he's not lying.
I saw the video. Let me see if I can find it again. I actually saw the video. I was like,
He's the one that said GROV will win Lagos if he does not fortify himself with the GOS. GROV will win, but Sanwo-Olu might win, but again, it's going to be based on rigging. And if GROV goes to the court, Sanwo-Olu is probably going to get out of the seat. Then GROV might go back and become the governor again.
I know some Labour Party insiders in Lagos. In fact, I have joined the Labour Party group in Lagos. I'm a member of their WhatsApp group. I have signed up to be a Labour Party member. Although I live in America, I'll arrange to get my membership.
No, that's very good. That's
Yeah,
very
I
good.
did.
I
Yeah, I
bet
signed up.
share the number. I want to be everybody should be a Labour Party member. I kid you not. Everyone.
Oh yeah, you won't believe it. What they have, the numbers they have is that GRV won Lagos hands down. With all the violence, intimidation, GRV still won. That's why GRV is pursuing his case in court. The numbers show that GRV actually won that governorship election. So it is true that if they go to court and they follow through with everything, GRV might still be declared the governor of Lagos State. This guy, Sanwo-Olu, is on a borrowed time. He's just occupying the space for now.
Sanwo-Olu and Tinubu, they're on a borrowed time. That is the truth.
Yes,
There's no doubt about it.
Amen to that. Amen.
Because
amen,
the same pattern of what they did to Obi in Lagos, whenever anywhere that Obi won, they will invert the number.
In fact, to be honest,
that was what they did
man,
to our governor to be.
You know, Mr. T-Man, whatever that man is, he said it that even the day before they called.
Huh? Mr. Jude, that's his name. You're trying
to
refer
not George. There was a man that no. T-Man, the man that came out with his dog on the day of the election. He said.
Okay, you saw that man, the interview he granted.
He said prior to that, they already told him the result. He was like, how can that be possible?
I think Omoy said something like that to you, right?
No, I played it. I had the video.
Oh, you played it already, right?
Yeah.
Which one?
I was shocked at the interview the man granted. He carried his dog.
This is why
they have already prepared results, even before election.
Prior to election, that is why if you look at these ones, there were no Tipex. There were no Tipex in this election because this one were prepaid. Oh, I said prepaid. Prepared.
Yeah.
And look at what the Agberus are already doing when they have not even gotten to power. Right now, they have taken over entire Lagos. Many people. Somebody was robbed yesterday, and no.
A market was burned down again today.
Olowu market at Ikeja roundabout.
Yes.
Okay. Ikeja roundabout. Igbo people market. That is even bigger than the one that was born the other time, the last one, before this particular one.
Huh? Okay, all right. Let me play this video. So this is the one I saw with the UN vans coming in.
Oh my God! Before you play the video, what is the link about? The one that's on the.
That's for the membership. That's for the membership, the LP membership.
Oh, the Labour Party membership. Okay. Okay.
So look at it. Thanks. Look at the UN vehicles. Yeah, sure. You're welcome. Can you see that?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah.
You mean UN?
And there's another video. I'm going to share that one. Now, wow. Okay, so what is the purpose of these UN vehicles? Please somebody help me. Why are we getting UN vehicles? What's the purpose of it? I'm trying to be clear. Maybe you guys said it before, but my mind
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they brought them in just because of to ensure that there will be no interim government and there will be no unrest in the country. But that was what we thought during the election when Boo went and brought all this army. We thought it was for safety and making sure. So right now, I can't just put anything on that for me.
I think it's proactive measure. I mean, in case of any this thing, and even though this thing was rigged,
but they
but they had to start. Yeah, they have to start.
During the election, when Bobo brought all those army, we thought, oh, it's just to prevent rigging. We didn't know it was.
I'm just going by what this pastor said before. I think this UN is going to be for peacekeeping. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, it's for peacekeeping.
Yeah, because he said there will be riots and protest, and UN will be the one to intervene. That's what this pastor said before.
But you know one thing, the
I
world, the
see.
world powers,
Okay.
one thing they don't want is any
Iṣẹ́
refugee
o,
crisis.
iṣẹ́. Iṣẹ́ Jerome over sell.
They don't
My
want
language I
any
speak, so no understand. Where find you an Asian friend to interpret. Abeg o, because you know wetin, we need change in that country. The way the country is going right now, my people. We cannot afford a Tinubu o. It will be forget
Greetings,
Nigeria forever and
greetings.
ever.
I greet everybody.
Forget Nigeria, please. I beg everyone. If you know you are on the side of truth, truth is your principle. Please subscribe to LP membership. Biko, we need see all of us here. None of us wey no fit give back to our country. All of us we qualify to be president, not that man that is trying to get in. We don't have any excuse.
You
We
can
need
see
to try
how
and take back our land and start fix. There's plenty of work, my people. The kind work when we get to do is humongous. We have to start from somewhere. Join Labour Party, abeg una. Not be just to talk. Do your part for your own community, wherever that is. Make we start. Become a card carrying member. Lobaton, that's it. Simple.
You go pay me for consultancy fee. You know, I need a
Abeg, Mr. One Love, you were saying something. Sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
you can see what this pastor said. We have a lot of fake pastors and prophets in Nigeria. The only guy that I've come up to even speak about this election has been Pastor Paul Nation. Every one of them are just silent. People go to. I mean, I don't have anything against these religious guys, but have you seen any major pastor? Nigeria has the largest church in the world.
No, my brother, that's not true.
None of them have come out to say what is going on, what happened in Lagos was wrong. But they are just there keeping quiet because they get money from these politicians too, you know.
In fact, the most active pastor self is that Hausa brother. What's his name?
Isa El Buba.
Isa is even more fierce than Eneche. If we had 10 Isas in Nigeria as pastor, these people will never do what they did.
Not Isa and that woman. There's this woman.
Yes, that woman. Yes.
Is anybody
Pastor Sarah.
Is anybody wondering why Baba Adeboye is not saying anything?
Well, no one. They are driving people away from the choir.
Because Baba Adeboye has collected brown envelopes. So they,
of course, now I don't collect tire.
Can people hear me though?
Now,
Can you hear me?
Well, I will tell you the truth though. Baba Adeboye doesn't want Tifnumbu because when Tifnumbu gets there, he's going to show them Pepe.
Yeah, because of the Muslim, he go probably shut down all the churches, which will be good for them. All those
not only that, you know that Baba
so why has he not spoken out?
They connived to have Oshibajo run for primary too. So that's when do you know what Tifnumbu did to Oshibajo on that day of primary? You saw how he neglected him and pretended he didn't see him.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, Mr. Isho.
Yeah, I think I was having issue with my mic. I've been saying all this while, and I think it wasn't going.
We didn't hear you at all, though.
That was why I have to kick out and come back again.
Okay.
Thanks to my wonderful people. You know,
welcome, sir. Happy Friday.
Man, I wish you all the same. You see, this is a pure thing. There is nothing that protest is inevitable because the time is too long. Because people are saying this thing, nothing is happening. You know, when sometimes Theo Ballon is saying something, things is going to happen naturally. You know, before the election, I knew that they were going to rig. You know, they were going to rig Obi, and Obi even knew it. He knew it himself.
Of course, and he prepared for it.
That was why he did not talk about the issue of the drug and the issue of the certificate. Obi knew that. Even the
Exactly.
he was using that beavers to distract them so that they wouldn't know the area it was coming from. Because if you listen, after they announced bats, the first person that said something was Ngige. Ngige said that early morning, he said, don't celebrate yet. He said, this guy is very, very smart. Don't celebrate yet. So the issue of beavers, when they were talking about the issue of beavers, they were talking.
Sir, I disagree with you. I disagree with you. You know why I'm disagreeing with you is because I don't think, in my own opinion, right? I don't think that what's his name? Obi knew. And this is why I said so. Because these INEC people, they have promised them that the beavers is going to work to derail them or deter them from thinking otherwise. Number one.
And you believe them?
Number two, let me finish. Number two, there was money scarcity to prevent rigging. Number three, Boo Boo deceived all of us by bringing all those army. So it kind of prepared us that, wow, this is going to be 1 in a million, so a superb election, clean, fair, and free. So he actually deceived us. I don't think Obi prepared for the rigging.
Okay.
It was a rude shock to everybody.
Let me answer you now.
Can I say something? Can I say
Yes,
something?
Go ahead.
You see, my sister, Obi knew 100%. You know why? Obi is a Nigerian. It's only a non-Nigerian that will not know what Nigerian election usually turns out to be. Moreover, there was a time he came, I think in US or in Canada. I've forgotten one town hall he had, and somebody specifically asked him.
It was when he went to meet the Nollywood. It was okay, Bakari that asked him that question.
They specifically asked him that, knowing what Nigeria is, the way they rig election here. So what do you think will happen if they rig you out?
Let me tell you what he answered. Let me tell you what
he answered. He said, "Don't worry, leave that for me. Just your duty, your responsibility to go and vote. Make sure you vote. Leave that for me. When we vote, just cast your vote."
Exactly.
He knows 100% they were going to do this. And then again, like you rightly said, you see that dog case, those were one of his weapons he has arranged and say, you know what, let me play this card now. Let me reserve it. He knew that guy is a very intelligent. In fact, God just prepared him for a time such as this.
And Jaden, I wanted to quickly add though.
If I were to be in Obi's
I don't know if anybody can hear me.
Moreover, let me say this again. The scarcity of money was deliberate. It didn't even affect them from rigging, because we all heard the rumor, which was they even got some people that work in confirmed it, that almost half of the money, the new money, was even given to Tinubu. Okay,
yes, now.
Did you see what's of new notes that they were sharing? Where did they get it?
Mr. Jordan, hold on, please. Let Mr. Ishooluwa speak, because your mic is very loud. When he's trying to speak, you kind of overtake him all the time. So if you can turn down your mic.
Sorry.
No worries. Mr. Ishooluwa, please, you can speak.
Yes, he has answered that part where that question was asked. There is another question that was asked again. When Obi went to visit, I think it was Ibadan, either in Ibadan or if I can't remember that place, but I know it's one of these southwestern states. So there was a student that asked him, he said, what of after the election? Something like, war or something, break out. Obi said, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay in this place with you guys to fight this out. And it takes a man that is brave to embark on a journey to southern Borno. Nobody has ever gone there for campaign. Even Shetima has not, even to today, he dare not go to that place. So the man in Obi is a man that is so brave. And he knew all this. Obi has already prepared for today, this thing that is happening. He knew that this election was going to be rigged. So he prepared that part. That is aside. But another thing is that, God has really prepared Obi for this journey. And no matter what we do, even if 100 millions of us go into the field today protesting, that will not bring Obi's mandate. Obi mandate will come naturally, and this protest will come like the way NSAS. When Aisha Yusufu, there was a time she was so frustrated. Even Shawari, there was a time they started it. They were so frustrated, but when the time came, nobody was telling anybody to come out. There will be a time. We still have 2 months. There will be a time. All these things like this interim government is inevitable. Bad cannot be sworn in. I have never been so sure in my life with this thing. Bad can never be sworn in because why did I say so? I am not a prophet, but why did I say so? Because there are people that speak in that nation. If you follow Obi when he was campaigning, he said that among the 5 past generals that have ruled Nigeria, only one is not backing him, but the other 4, that should tell you something. So this fight is not just us. These people will not let somebody to bring a shame and ridicule this country. And even if this thing happens, go ahead.
Sure, Lua, can anybody hear me though?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Now we
Oh
can
yeah.
hear you.
So,
Yes.
I think it was Professor Pat who told me, who mentioned that there are 4 out of 5 that are supporting Peter Obi. Peter Obi would never come out and say only 4 out of 5 are supporting. It was Pat who told me. Professor Pat can be very like that. He's very clear and all of that. And there was the lady who spoke about that the Adeboye not wanting Tinubu. Well, I need you to understand that Pa Adeboye, I don't even know why I call him daddy. Maybe it's because I was baptized in the Redeemed Christian Church of God, but I'm not down with the shenanigans that goes on
My
in
sister, I'm the same with you, but
in
I
those
love both.
churches anymore. Yeah, see, Tinubu and
You can call
Adeboye
him
have
a
known
brown pastor,
themselves.
a brown envelope pastor.
Yes, he is a brown envelope pastor. They've known themselves for so long.
That's
So
how I call him.
this idea that Adeboye does not want Tinubu, that's a lie. I mean, they've been together for so long. I'm not saying you're lying, though. Sorry, forgive my choice of word. But they've known each other for so long. Even before Remy knew Adeboye, Tinubu had known Adeboye. I mean, in fact, there's
But
a
they
picture
fell
they took.
apart. You know when they fell apart? When they allow Oshibajo to run in the primaries.
Oh, they did not fall apart. Don't get it twisted. They didn't fall apart. They are still close till date.
No, my sister, you are very wrong.
You are
They
wrong
fell,
on
they
that.
fell,
You
they
are saying
fell,
they've
they
fallen
fell
apart. So
apart.
why
They
is
fell
Adeboye not
apart.
talking?
That is why Adeboye is so quiet now.
No,
Adeboye,
Why is he not
because
talking? We
they were
expect him to
do
say
you know
something.
that they sent ESCC, for Adeboye recently?
Recently, like when? Like recently, as in last week, 2 weeks
You
ago.
are so lost. That was
Yes, they
that
fell
was
apart.
either last week or 2 weeks ago.
I think it's about
Hey,
2 weeks
that's good.
ago.
Let them fight each other. What's my business?
See,
That if it's about 2 weeks, they go together. All this is bad.
Osibanjo, see, let me tell you, this APC made a very great mistake. Osibanjo would have been the greatest candidate for them. But because of because of greed and
Because of Emilokon.
because Bat has bought them. Even Buhari, let me tell you, it's
But
not
Mr.
totally.
Isholu, I have one question. Please forgive my
Yeah, go ahead.
interjection. Does this mean that Remy is no longer a pastor in RCCG? Because she's a
Man,
pastor.
Remy know all the bad dealing that Tinubu has been doing. She's an accomplice from time.
Of course.
Forget about all this part. See, let me tell you,
Of course.
I was a deep-rooted redeemed member. Like when I came, they said, "Oh, you came from Anglican. You have to be baptized. You have to go through discipleship, this and that, workers in training." We went through all those things. If I mention the person, one of the pastors is a senior pastor there. Then they used to have state. If you know Redeem, they used to have state 2A, 2B in Lagos. That's First Act and Ackman Parish. So there is this pastor that is one of the assistant to, like, when you say senior pastor, assistant to Gio. We do go to, I do follow this, my uncle. We do go to the meetings and all those things. So what am I saying? See, let me tell you, all those things, they started quite all right, very good. But along the line, they missed it. So when they started what is this oh, I've forgotten these modern parishes. When they started modern parish, that is where they missed it. They started worshiping money. That was
And
where
they like money now. Adeboye likes money too
that
much,
was.
and I'm not
You
going to
can
even
imagine that if
apologize.
anybody that will, anybody that will stand in for 1 billion. Can you imagine?
He
Anybody
got
that
it
was
now.
standing for 1
Oshibajo
billion
gave him
to
1
and
billion.
people were standing up.
Did I just
Oshibajo
hear
gave him 1
Oshibajo gave him
billion.
1 billion? Please, oh, Oshibajo gave Adeboye 1 billion. Hey,
Yes.
good girl. Our
Hey,
money, oh, taxpayers'
money
money.
now. So see, let me tell you, if Osibanjo was in bad position, Daddy would have stepped in. Even during the campaign and even the election, he would have been speaking. But when Osibanjo was kicked out, and that was where Bat failed, because Bat is somebody
Yeah,
that
you
is
get it.
very
Because
proud. You see,
Redeem
let me
Redeem
tell you.
actually set up a political department in the church.
Exactly, exactly. To
So,
support, I'm
so
hoping that
just
to
to
support
push Oshibajo.
Oshibanjo.
Hey, good
And
girl.
Osibanjo was the perfect plan. You understand? Osibanjo was the perfect plan. But like, if you study the Bible, Bat is like Adonijah. If you read First Kings chapter 1, you know that whatever Bat is doing now is just like the nature of Adonijah. You understand? He wants to take this country by all means. He has all the institutions locked up, but that is not the plan, because he's going to fail him. Remember Abacha? Abacha thought that nobody is stronger than him. No, he can do, and America warned him. He did not. He said, "Who is America?" Everybody, Britain, everybody warned him. He said, "To hell with them." But what happened? He has to go. That is the same thing, because what Bat is saying now, Bat will tell you that to hell with your God, to hell with this. He is very proud.
But
And
Mr.
somebody,
Aisha Oluwa,
yeah.
see, it will not take America too much to pull back down. So you know that Abacha was a dictator, but it's just 1 second. They have his file in America. They just need to pull one
That is
string
what I'm
like this
saying.
one
That
Abacha again.
even if God forbid, bad defeat everybody and succeed going there, he will not last in that. America will pull him down. There is no way he can. There is no way he can rule Nigeria. There is no way. There is no way he can rule Nigeria, because that will end democracy.
Yes, that's 100%. And
Because
yeah.
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, for me, basically, I just feel like there's always a beginning and an end to something. Even us as human beings, there's a day we're born, and there's a day everybody is going to go, and just spy and say bye bye to the world. And that's the thing, people who are drunken with power, like back, don't realize that there's a beginning to an end and an ending. It was Bob Green who said in one of the 48 laws of power, he says, bow out when the ovation is loudest.
Yes.
What part of that law does Bat not understand? God has
No,
allowed you to get away with different crimes
I said
all your
Bat
life.
is working like Pharaoh.
is he like? Can
His
I
heart
come
has
in?
hardened now. He's hardened. His heart has been hardened. He will not leave that seat. You forget back. He's like Pharaoh. He's just behaving like Pharaoh.
Exactly,
He's just behaving
exactly.
like Pharaoh.
That is
You see,
exactly how
God
he is. It's
merely
like Pharaoh.
allow him to
And
come
it's going
this
to
far
perish like Pharaoh.
to bring
Ami.
him down in a shameful way.
You see all these people crying in term. It is inevitable. It's going to happen. They know. All this one they are shouting. They know. Even Osibanjo know. Even by now, Osibanjo know. He know that this is what is going to play. So all these things,
I
they are
want
all
to
these.
share some good news with everybody, Sha. So what I confirmed today is that
Yeah.
Bat has officially received the petition. He has acknowledged it. He has received it, and that means that what they expect him to do now is to come up with a counter statement or counter evidence and say, well,
Send a reply.
My sister, that is too late now.
We already said that one.
What we are
I
saying
think he
is
has
that one is
about
too late.
21 days to respond, to gather evidence and respond. I already told them that it's been official that he received them, but he has he has about 7 days or 15 days
Yeah, he
to
has
gather.
up to. I think he has up till on the 12th.
So we're thinking maybe by the 15th, the case should start in court.
Oh,
I think, yeah.
The case is not going to. The case is, the case starts on the 15th, the case might not end before the swearing in. That is where the
I
interim
don't
government.
know if it's starting. I'm just saying tentatively. I don't
Guys,
know
do you
for
know
sure.
Do you know what I'm thinking, or what I want? I wish will also happen, right? After this case is over and Obi gets in, I just pray he will mobilize this same team to go after all the states where they stole the
No,
from the various people.
if you listen to the press, if you listen to when they went to meet the senators elect and the House of Rep elect, he told them now. He said even the president, that is what is the chairman, the party chairman said that after we reclaim this mandate, every mandate that they have stolen, he didn't say one, he said
Amen.
he said
Amen.
every. He said everybody should start lodging their case in court. Everybody.
Ishaoluwa, the one where I want made them go after quickly. Now that old Jews Kanu. Everybody knows he did not win that senatorial seat.
All
That
of
one is
them,
one
we'll
different
go after
reason.
all of them.
My
All
sister
of
put
them.
that. Even Delta State, even that.
All
I,
of
Even,
them,
I want
including
Lagos. I want Lagos
including
so
Port
bad.
Harcourt. Port
I
Harcourt,
want
all of
Lagos.
them.
Lagos is my number
no,
one priority.
Lagos is very easy to. Lagos is
No, Lagos is given. Their own is even very obvious. Their rigging is so
knows.
very
Even
obvious.
Sanwo-Olu knows. Everybody know that one. Everybody know that one.
Lagos is very obvious. They will go after all of them.
Because this new Nigeria we are
Obi
talking
will
about.
have so many people, so many Laborians. I mean,
See,
Laborians.
let's take this thing in another way. Let's just say, okay,
My
what
spirit
is
is just leaping for joy that the new Nigeria is so near.
no, we will get it, we get
It's so
latest
near.
I
A
can't wait
new
to, can't wait to
Nigeria
go
is
back
so
home
near. My
again.
spirit is just
you
leaping
know,
for joy.
because
Exactly.
because
Go
if you
ahead,
check,
finish off your thoughts so I can come to Miss Top Notch and Jay.
oh, okay, let's twist this in another way round. Let's assume that election that was held in February 25th, they declared Obi winner. Can you imagine what would have been happening now from Bat camp? Do you know what they prepare, what they have planned before the election? They would have today. They would have been bloodshed in Lagos everywhere. But God made it this way. This thing we are passing now is a process. And Osibanjo, he might comment that day, that 29, for him to prepare the way for PO. That is the way me I'm seeing it. The way he might prepare the way for PO to come in, so that when they come in, a new Nigeria is already started playing because the judiciaries would have been, sanitized, everywhere. So it will be very easy for us to continue with this new Nigeria, whereby everybody will have equal opportunity. Because once our mandate is retrieved, Nigeria is already resolved. Everything concerning Nigeria is already, settled. That is the way I see it.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the interesting conversation. This is very important. We have to keep going until we get our mandate back. Miss Top Notch, welcome. Happy Friday. Good to have you.
Happy Friday, Omoye. Hey, everybody. Happy Friday. Hope everyone's doing well and had a good week.
Yeah, we tried.
Yep. Well, I had to step away for 30 minutes, but the last thing I saw was a video that Dr. Ify recommended, the pastor that was talking, and something that just came to mind is like, I know it's something you said, and I've heard different people say it, and it's just that reminder that keep the faith. Keep the faith. Like, seriously, one day it looks like it's up, another day it looks like it's down, another day we have people that show up and say, oh, if they'll let us protest, oh, if they'll do this, oh, what the other, like, yes, it's true that we should keep our eyes, we shouldn't ignore what they're doing, but just remember New Nigeria is the goal. Like New Nigeria, and like you say it all the time, I always hear you and other people. Like, if Peter B, His Excellency, is not giving up, then why are we? Literally, why are we? We absolutely should not give up. There's something just came to mind. I was going to say, you always can tell when someone feels that they're losing because their voices just get louder and they think that if they shout louder, if they scream louder, if they threaten you louder, they use fear as a tactic so that you back down and you back away. But
Yes.
you have to have a spine in this fight. And His Excellency has a spine. Dati, God bless that man. Man, I haven't met both of them in person, but I would love to shake his hand and just sit, not even talk, just listen to him. 30
Mm.
minutes, if you would grant me that. For just be bold in the truth. Cause we're here speaking and you go to different platforms and you speak the truth and speak it boldly. Whether people have something to say, because one thing I find that's ironic is we're all Nigerians, all of us have an interest. All of us have, so many people have made sacrifices in so many different forms. And I think it's kind of unfair when we downplay what the other person's done because we feel like, oh, well, I've spoken to all these people. Well, I've done this. Like, everybody's is hands in the fight. Appreciate each other because cutting each other down is not going to do anything. It'll just take more time away from us actually, like, we're talking constructively, coming up with solutions, ideas, things, promoting things of how do we keep moving forward, how do we stay the course. So again, we're all Nigerians, every single one, and every single person counts, whether you're north, south, whatever either say jurisdiction or division category they want to categorize, you're a Nigerian. So your voice matters. So I just say, because I was kind of grieved because there are very few times I've caught Niger Watch. So
Right.
when I saw that today, like, today is just one of the days I happened to, like, okay, I have some time to catch this towards the end and to just see what was going on. Like, I know I respect you because I know you didn't want to bring it up, and I'm not trying to, like, go back and hash it out, but, like, everybody's voice is so important. And yes, we can disagree, and it's okay to disagree to agree, but, like, we should show each other some respect first and not do the whole, because it's more division. Oh, you're a woman, don't speak up. Oh, you're a man, don't speak up. And we're
Right.
we're, we're pointing fingers at the politicians who are telling us to be quiet, and we should accept whatever it is that we see when we've been robbed point blank. So the one thing to remember is, even in their fear, APC and Tifnubu's camp, they're unified. Like, even in their fear, which is why you one day, what, I don't know all the nicknames you guys have for them. Like, FFK will say one thing. The guy, he's irrelevant, trying to look for relevance, and it's
Mm.
like, it's so disgusting because he just throws things out and, like, expects you, like, just, when someone is an instigator, just say a little something and watch people scramble and sit back and laugh. People should not be deceived. It's part of their plan. So we should
Right.
stick to our own plan and stay the course. But I use the mic for now, and that's all I
Yeah.
had to say.
Well, thank you very much. That's okay. I understand why you had to why you felt like you wanted to mention that. That's okay. It happens when we have arguments like that. And to your point, yes, instead of us talking about construct things that are constructive, sometimes you have people trying to belittle you because they keep throwing the woman thing, you shouldn't talk, etc. So, and again, to that, right? A lot of our people, a lot of our people they're not used to hearing women be bold and loud and have very strong opinions, because I have gotten pushback a lot, especially when I voice my opinion, but I'm not backing down. Why? Because there are a lot of women who have something value. In fact, a lot of women have very valuable things to bring forward, and they don't know how to speak their minds, because when they're in a society where they're constantly being shut out, or shut down, or say, you're a woman, you shouldn't say this, or you shouldn't talk this way, you shouldn't have such strong opinions. There's a lot like that. So, but the
Yeah,
truth
and
is,
and
nowadays there are a lot of women who are speaking their mind, so it's not going to change anytime soon, because right now we're in a mess, so everybody needs to have strong opinions and bring them forward. because we're in a mess right now, you know. Keeping quiet has not helped us clearly. That's why our society is the way it is, because we shut people down, you know. So I mean, also I have to be mindful of that. And sometimes when I speak, you know, I have to also know that okay, this is the perception, but doesn't it does not keep me from talking. No, we'll fight and quarrel. Is for me, I've accepted that yes, it's the reality that we have to deal with, but we have a society to save, you know. So, but thank you for bringing that up. I really appreciate you saying that.
Really,
Um,
my pleasure. And there's something you just said, like the hush hush culture. It really has to stop.
right.
It has to stop because if we don't expose things, like it's not gonna go away. Keeping quiet, it's not gonna go away. I mean, we're it's a I won't go off on a tangent because they're so we could take this discussion in so many different directions, but yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. You know, we have village meeting coming up tomorrow, so maybe you can, you know, you can join us tomorrow. You know, because this now is just strictly for villagers. You know, everyone is welcome to come. I usually do village meetings where we talk to each other and kind of to talk about how we can better our community. So everyone is welcome to come. The invite is already out, so we can just address some of those, you know, issues that you raised right now, Mr.
And,
Upnotch. I really appreciate you pointing that out. We
and
can talk.
shout out to Miss Rita. I don't think I've spoken when we've been on the live together, but Miss Rita, if you're listening, I'm giving you a huge hug. I love you.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'll let her know too. I'm sure she probably is listening in. Hopefully, she has the time because she's a very busy woman, and she's hearing what she's. I'm going to definitely pass that around across to her. Thank you so much, Mr. Much. I appreciate that. Mr. J, welcome. Happy Friday to you. I hope you're having a chill Friday.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Ms.
Yeah,
Omoye. How are you?
I'm good.
Uh,
Yeah.
I've been listening in behind. Um, there are just few things to add to our discussion tonight. I think, not think, but I know for sure that we should not let them swear in Tiffany for no reason because there have been talks about, oh, let us swear him in, then the court case will continue. And when it continues, if we win the case, this we have to remember this is not a governorship election where you can say, hey, governor, you're supposed to get out because that's been done multiple times. Obi has done it. Some other people have done that. Multiple states have done that. This is presidency is a big deal, and they want to cajole us to believing that we can still let him swear in the president, and then we can go ahead and upturn the election and remove him from office. Once they swear, if God forbid, if he's sworn in, it will be 100% impossible to remove him because they now. I mean, look at them. They don't have the DSS right now. I mean, technically, they don't have the DSS, but they do have the DSS. So now imagine him being in power for a month. He would, I mean, who's going to challenge him? So May 29 we should not make the mistake. And I like what Dr. Mo and other people are doing in Abuja. They're going around every day and protesting. Now, like our brother said earlier, he mentioned the fact that the people that people are going to come out. Yes, people are going to come out. It seems like it won't happen because every day it's like, okay, 100 people here and there, they're going to UN. But I'll give you an example. There's a report here, and I know a lot of us have seen this. Results from Bauchi State and Gombe State are practically the same, word for word, 100% word for word. Now, if results like that are posted out, for example, we're talking about the placards in for the demonstration in DC. We can put it out there. Just two different states, and side by side. How can we say that that's a credible election whereby same number, two different states, two different population, two different religious? I mean, one is more, Islamic than the other. So how can we say that's a credible election? So obviously, INEC, no, they know exactly what they do. I mean, there's just no way once we start to unravel all their records, it's gonna speak for itself. I don't even think that the legal team for LP needs to do a lot of work. If by virtue of what INEC has even reported on TV, for example, and that's the Gombe and Bauchi state, that's enough reason to just say this election it's a sham. We don't even need to be going back.
So, Mr. J, we've gone
Yeah.
past the fact that we know, we all of us here, we know that the election was a sham. Right now, we're at the place where, like you said, this man must not be sworn in. Now
Yeah,
that,
it was not.
yeah, so now what we're talking about now is what we are all doing and what we're all bringing to the table. Now, I'm not sure if you're aware, there's a protest coming up in LA. There's another one coming up
Now,
in
on
Chicago.
Tuesday, I'm
Yes,
gonna be
there's
in
one coming
On
Washington.
up.
Tuesday.
I'm gonna be in
One
Washington.
sec,
You best
one
believe it.
war against immunity, impunity. I mean, you just enter. You just enter. You want your sake.
My bad. I had to come back. My map was fucked up.
That's okay. That's okay. I get it. So yeah, so we have all that going on. So the question now is the people that live in that axis need to show up, and
Yeah.
show and
I'm
come
gonna be
out
there.
because
What's his name? They gave me this actually helped them report. VSOP in Lagos. This actually helped them report. I was like, man, I'm gonna be there anyways.
yeah,
Same
so
thing.
yeah, exactly. So if you're anyone, and again, we shared ideas for placards in the live we did yesterday. So you can go back there and get some ideas for
I'm
placard.
going with placards. I'm going with songs. Listen, it's gonna be a celebration for me. I'm gonna sing that song. I'm gonna teach people that song. I thought you guys, it's gonna be a
Okay, Mr. War against your tongue first now. Jay never
my
talk.
bad. I'm gonna go back to the
All
shadows.
right, no worries.
No.
So yeah, so I mean, right now that's what we want to be focusing on. We know that we don't want that. We
Can
already
I
know.
ask a question,
Go
please?
ahead, Madam Victoria.
Okay, my question is, we don't want interim government. They don't want it. What if something happened to Tinubu between now and then? What's going to happen? There has to be an
The,
interim government to
the,
step in.
yes, the
Say
court
we don't
case
want
is still
interim government.
going. It's still ongoing. Even if anything happened to Tinubu, the court case we still, we still go on.
Mhm. Yeah. So
Well, I mean, the interim government that we've been talking about, I mean, I don't even think they have a choice because,
right.
like, like we heard earlier that what do you call it? He's been served. I think officially Tuesday will be
Yes.
counted as day one.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
he has 21 days to respond. So sometimes in April 2021, you should be able, they will be expecting him to send. I mean, he's been successful at delaying it for about a week. Now, maybe 10 days. He delayed it for about 10 days. So that is his tactics. I'm going to delay this thing till, he knows there's no way out.
Work. All that
He
delay
knows.
work.
Yeah.
Already.
So we're gonna so he comes out, gives us whatever. The thing is, what I believe is the appeal court, right? Is the appeal court that they're going first. So I believe there will be a judgment before May 29 that will stop him, and that's basically what it is. It's something needs to come out and say, okay, we're stopping this thing. So I'll let someone else talk, and we'll go from
Okay.
there. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, bros. War against impunity. Now you can talk. Happy Friday, by the way.
Happy Friday. Happy Friday, everybody. I hope my voice finds you guys in peace. How's everybody doing today?
We're doing good. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Good.
Just go back from dinner with the missus. Just chilling, just good vibes. I wish I could say the same for my country, but I'm gonna go right to the statement. That statement by DSS guys. If you look at that statement very well, it reads more like the tantrum of a teenage girl. Oh, I warn you, you better not do this. Oh, they're hurting my feelings. I'm like, if the FBI released such an asinine statement. Like some parts of it read like a threat, some parts of it read like propaganda and gaslighting. The gaslighting part is they're saying there's a plot. No, yeah, they're saying there's a plot, and they know of a plot to install a national government. Tell me where a professional secret service, a professional spy agency, so to speak, will be telling people that they are watching them. Like, can somebody think about that? FBI don't tell you they are watching you. They go there and they ask you questions and they tell you what the law is. You feel me? They don't warn people. Like, am I missing something? Like, even whatever the in charge, the agency in Ghana, like in other countries, they don't warn people. Like that shit is propaganda, bro. Because you and we don't have the power to create a national interim government. The only people or entities that can create a national government is the presidency, the Senate, and the House. Those are the only people. You need the approval of those three to create a the interim national government. So that's just they don't even know the law. That's just stupid. And they're saying they are planning to use the court filing frivolous lawsuits. I'm like, is DSS how does DSS know what a frivolous lawsuit is and what a genuine lawsuit is? Are they in charge of when are they in charge of telling the court or the judiciary what kind of lawsuit is frivolous or not? Like, when do we start doing that? That's propaganda again. That's like that's almost like something written by the APC. You feel me?
Of
That's
course.
that. Yeah, it looks like the handiwork of Bayo, Nonuga, or Dele Alake, either one of those idiots. It looks like something that one of them will write because that shit don't sound like FBI or MI5 or that kind of state security. This is everybody's security. You feel me? This ain't joke. Like, when you talk, it's meant to be like national security. You turn it into what's it called? World Star and blogging sites. What nonsense! Like, everything this demonic terrorist organization touch, we call the APC. Everything they touch turns to evil. They want to use DSS to arrest Atiku and His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi. That's what they want to do because it's looking like that. Because it don't make no sense. People is gaslighting. Atiku or Obi cannot create a national government, bro. You are in charge of the presidency. You're in charge of the Senate, and you're in charge of the House. How does somebody want to create a national government except you? It's not fair, bro. What are they trying to do? Like, DSS, go do something. They're terrorizing your citizens in Lagos. Are they not burning people's stores every goddamn day now? Igbo people, come on now. DSS, go do that. Do we know he's burning? Man, it's sad, bro.
Oh well, we're on our way to victory. So we're on our way to victory, regardless of whatever they try to do. Oh, I really quickly, I wanted to share something with you guys. Oh, mo. Hey, egbe, as they say. Let me share something that I saw on Peter Obi's social media when I was scrolling. I found it on Peter Obi's social media. Let me see. I'm trying to pull. Okay, bingo, got it. I want you people to see this, because I'm sure the people who know about these things can speak to it. Who be that? Una they see the picture. Una let me know when they see the picture. Una they see the picture.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay. All right. How about now? No?
Not yet.
No, still.
Is it rotating or?
No, it's just
Just get
black.
black.
Okay, let me take it back. Let me stop sharing. Start to share again. I don't know why it's doing that. Let me try this again.
Okay, I think it's booting now.
Okay. How about now?
No, it went blank.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, now you can see.
Yes.
Okay. Can you see now? Do you see who is sitting there?
That shit cost 9,000 pounds. 9,000 pounds. They drinking
Who do you
9,000
see in black? Who's the person in black sitting
Fire,
down?
fire shit.
Fire shit now. Fire
Who's,
Evil, evil
who's the
man.
other one?
That shit cost 10 million naira. 10.
Who's the other one?
They drinking 10 million naira. Ah,
That's
Nigerians
Wiki.
are suffering.
Guy
That's
now.
Wiki.
Answer
No,
me.
it's not
not
wiki.
wiki.
No, that's not wiki.
Really?
That is
No,
not
that's
wiki.
That's
um.
wicked. That's wicked right there.
That's Wiki.
That's him. Look at his nose.
Yeah, they are
Oh,
celebrating
It, does,
the.
okay.
it
They are
doesn't look
celebrating.
like wiki here.
Yeah, it's Wiki.
It's him. Eh? See the
It's
see
Wiki.
the see the deck when they put for their front.
Mm. You know,
But
Eh?
Wiki is a big time drinker. You know, he's
See
he's
how
a
much
drunk.
see how much the drink costs. See the way they take una all your money
no,
take back.
no worry. Their end is coming soon.
9,949 £949 and 90 shillings.
That is
Yeah.
why Wiki. That is why Wiki didn't support to be now because he knew that all this thing will be happening.
I know they see how
It makes no sense. Like you steal people's money just so you can pose with a
Ah,
drink.
do you
Like
do
that
you
you
think
it means nothing.
these people care? They don't care.
hi.
Was useless
The
governor.
waste is just too alarming. For me, it's shocking. It's shocking to me. The waste. Eh? Amaka said a 40-year-old wine.
Yeah.
Wow, interesting. Mwata. You not true. Dalmo 40-year-old. Wow.
Do you know he has actually talked about this thing, 40-year-old thing, on his one of his projects commissioning? He was making fun of Atiku when he said, "Look, that Atiku is crying. Atiku is going to demonstrate at the INEC office. Let me. I'm sitting in my corner with my 40-year-old wine." That's exactly what he was talking about.
But Atiku, let's face the fact. I don't like PDP, but Atiku is very selfish. They
Yes.
were the one that destroyed PDP. They removed Jonathan because of
Hmm.
selfishness. Now they
Yeah.
came back and they just wanted. You can't eat your cake and have it. That is just karma. That is what is becoming. The look at Ayo now. Where is Ayo today?
I don't even like this Ayo guy. The way this Ayo guy, see him on
All of them,
Arise.
PDP, APC, they are all the same. Let's forget about them. They are all the same.
Kai. I see that this one made my eyes see there. Just the imagine. I see wow. This this na community development money for you.
Money. Do you know how many borehole this will drill? Do you know how many people will have water with this?
Hey,
Like
And they're
make
drinking
This
it
it.
is one now.
make it make sense, right? You steal money to build houses that run on generators and the roads to your houses, like
Yeah.
only the one right in front of you. Sometimes that one doesn't, it's not even well paved.
exactly.
But
Yeah.
then you sit, it's like it's the epitome of I don't even know what to say.
It's a mental. It's a
ADHD.
mental illness. It's mental. It's a sickness.
Like there's no progressive
Honestly.
thought. Like there's no progressive thought. If Nigeria, all the trips that they're taking, all the money they're wasting, if they were to solve one thing, just one, electricity, just that one alone, and leave Nigerians to show innovation, do you know how much money?
My sister, that is what we call satanic. These people are satanic. They don't even care. They are just satanic. Do you know that one politician will make will just make will make something like this that make them poor and keep them under your control. So that is their ideology. The ideology is to weaponize poverty and let the people be loyal to them. But somebody like PO came with another narrative which nobody has ever praised. So that is different. And these people, they have to fight back. What they are doing now, they have to fight back because if not, you are taking food from their hand.
It reminds me of what Bio said. I haven't seen Bio in a long time, but he said that and things stuck with me. When a thief has been stealing, like that's their occupation. Now you're like they should go and do honest work. They're gonna fight you, and that's
He,
exactly.
he knew all this, that this is not going to be easy. PO knew that it wasn't going to be easy from the first day. So he was prepared, you know.
Now, wow, my people.
Insanity.
Did you guys happen to see the amount of debt that all the states, how many states
Man,
that they
my,
have?
my, my, my brother, that is heartbreaking.
Is that this 9,000? I never feel come up for 9,000 pounds. You want to add
My sister, that 9,000
for this life? Hey,
don't even
hey.
know where they give
I'm
them.
still stuck at that 9,000 drink.
Can
You
you
don't
tell me what this thing tastes like? Can we? Is it taste like? What does it even taste like?
5 trillion.
9,000.
Wait, you know what? When I saw the debt collation they said
Yeah,
for all the states, my first
yeah.
question was like, I'm sorry, where did they spend this? Because I don't see it. I have
But mind you, sister, this is different from the national debt. Again,
I
this
I
is just
understand.
state.
I
Can you
understand.
imagine that?
Who spent it? Where? Show me one. Like what? I mean, you know the funniest part,
Uh,
or the most ridiculous part. I'm sorry, it's our country, right? So if someone else was saying this about us, okay, we can be like, but let's tell ourselves the truth. You get on a plane and you land in an international airport, and you take photos and everything, and you're seeing everything, and then you come back to your own. Like, doesn't it strike you as like, well, no, let me improve this at least. I don't even know how some people think. Like there's no balance to the system. You don't create any balance so that things actually work for ultimately, if you're at the top leadership and you have a society that works, who's benefiting? Not only the people, but you're also benefiting the ego boost that you're looking for. You well in short, I just say they swear for some people because I don't know.
do you wonder why, even with all the debts that all the states have accrued, or the country has accrued, they're still interested. They're still fighting. It should be less lucrative. It should be less attractive for people to say, there's too much debt in this thing. I don't think I should go there because there's no more money to steal. They don't care about that. There's still more. They will go and deep in. Did you hear that Delta State, the governor, took a loan of 250 billion naira, and the
He
assembly
was he
signed it?
was the one that sponsored Atiku now.
Yes, it's sponsored
Wait,
article.
let's even say it was, I think it was 20, I think it was in 2020 when they said they gave, I think it was River State, they gave them 5 billion, and they were now making the contrast of how much it took to actually build Dubai. And I said, wait, 5 billion with a B, not M, B. And it took less
What do you
to
mean 5 billion? They got about 150 billion.
okay, see my
Why
numbers are even
Delta State
wrong.
got about 250 billion, but the governor
250.
said they only gave him, I think, 40% of from that money.
Ah,
So the
you
new
know,
governor now is in trouble The new, they are just
Who
piling
is
and
the new
piling
the new governor was the speaker of the house, so it is in house now.
in-house job. You look at Rivers State.
The Rivers
That's
State was
what.
the accountant general now,
Yeah, I know. Same thing.
so
Same thing.
that is
Oh,
why they will have to put somebody that is inside to cover them up, because if not, they will just go.
That is the reason why the elections are being rigged. They want their person
yes,
there to cover up all the shenanigans.
yes.
That is why they want that. That is why, because if someone else goes there, it's going to probe them. So they will fight with flesh and blood to make sure, the cycle continues. So when I leave, I put my person there who will not probe me.
But isn't that what Buhari is doing? Is that not what he's trying to do? I mean, we're still the brother earlier was talking about the DSS thing. If you look back at the film, the film they played for us during the election when Tinubu was saying, you took oil, you were hiding oil, you were doing this, you hiding naira. We didn't know it was a plan. All this is a plan. But look at how many businesses were destroyed during that month, 2 months, where they were trying to tell us that just hold on, we are about to do the election. Is the gain ahead is look at how they played all of us. They played everybody. So the same thing, if you now take the same thing and transfer it to this DSS thing, it's the same thing. Tinubu is crying out, and some people want to restore, they want to install this thing. It's the same pattern. Everything that they complain about, it's them doing it. It's that
Exactly.
And
simple.
honestly, we should learn because they have no new innovation. They literally just run the same playbook over and over.
Yes,
They're
you're
like they're not
right.
smart enough to actually have new innovation. So like
Very weak.
if we pay attention, we'll see it because it's the smoking gun effect.
Yep.
Like you just oh, this is happening here. Everyone's like, oh yeah, it's happening, and then the dust settles. Nothing's actually happening. But in their case, they actually, because they have everyone's attention in that direction, then they go ahead and do it. Kind of like a lot of people have said before.
They
It's
said it was PDP where I was trying to change the money. It was PDP that was trying to prevent the money from. You see the allegations. They say,
and
oh, Emefiele was doing this, he was doing that. How can Emefiele have the power to do that? You are the ones doing that. You did that.
And the thing too with this DSS thing saying opposition part, what they're not talking about PDP. What they really want to say is Labour Party. It's
No,
Yes.
not,
they
they're
they
they're just
said they
hiding
said
behind the opposition party.
yeah, but even if they arrest Peter Bit now, that will not
Hey,
even solve the issue.
No.
Trust me,
we
that will
dared
not
them.
that will not even solve the issue because it's going to trigger a lot of things. So
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
they can't do that.
If
I
they
saw
try
I
that,
saw a
they're
post.
putting
Someone.
fuel.
Oh, go
They're
ahead.
putting
Go ahead.
fuel on the fire.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm.
If they try that, if they arrest him now. I don't know what they will arrest him for. Is he attacking anybody? Is he abusing anybody? I don't know. If they
He's
do
That
not
that
is
even
now, that
talking
will even
anymore.
that is to
add
tell you
more
that these people are so daft
problem.
because their plan is one man is just shattering all their plan, all of them put together. Just one man is just shaking them off.
Yep.
That is it now. That's how dull they are now. They think they are smart. They are not
Because
smart,
I
no.
hear a lot of people say Bat is so smart, Bat is so smart. He has met his
It's not.
match. People don't
Uh,
really know P2B. That man is very, very smart. He has met his
too much
match.
now.
And this time, they will know who is smart this time.
Yes, yes. When they tell you bad is smart, is in his own way. You understand?
He's
His own
cunning.
way.
People are
Craft.
just
Cornish thief,
trying to give
A
him,
criminal way,
robbery.
I beg.
you know.
Criminal
Yeah.
way.
So that's how thief operate now. If you try to protect yourself, he come with a sledgehammer, he break the protector. He think is that is smartness. Yeah,
And I,
But
I
that is it.
actually I agree with Romari. A comment Romari just put in about keeping people. I saw someone mention it. That was why I lost my train of thought earlier about this whole Pharaoh thing, because who gives MC Olomo the right to state what the fares are? He's not even governor in Lagos State to tell people what they have to pay daily contribution. So
Yeah.
it was like when Moses went to Pharaoh and said, "Let the people go." Pharaoh's like, "Okay, you guys are bored. That's why." You sure don't even give them hay. Let them go and find it for themselves, and they still have to produce the same amount of bricks. So you're putting a choke, but the Lord, it's okay. There's redemption.
That
Yeah,
is
like
that is it.
nobody can go for this
That,
long.
that is what Tinubu has planted in Lagos. Agbero mind, but take it by force, by crook or by anyhow. Just carry it. Can't you see some people carrying ballot box on the bike?
See,
Yeah.
my brother, there is no state that doesn't have this before. If you know about Anambra State before, they cannot govern us, so they cannot govern
Sure.
us.
Sure.
Even Oyo State that are saying
Yeah, yeah,
even
yeah.
before Sheyi came,
Yes.
the Oyo State was so bad. So what Lagos State is going to be redeemed once we reclaim our mandate, once we install TROV, you will see that all these things will be resolved. So nobody should worry about that. There is always a process. When we get to
And
that
you,
That's it.
point,
and you know one other reason why they are so scared of Obi is this: once Obi comes in, first of all, they are going to change overall INEC completely to the point where things will change, and that's what they are scared of. That the old 350 billion they spent, they just wanted to steal the money. They didn't even spend 10% of that money to do whatever they were doing. And
Our principal
it's
says something.
yeah.
He said, sorry for cutting. He said,
No, it's okay.
if I'm the one that is in charge now to organize the election, ordinary election, I want spend close to that, and I'll give you credible election. He said it on the TV.
you
He
don't
said
need
it.
you
And
don't need to you don't need to
he
argue
do this
that
money
now.
now.
Somebody
Eh?
that
Let me
filed
tell you, my brother, you and I can organize a credible election. We can sit on the Zoom and plan this thing, and it will become better than whatever they've done. It's that simple.
I don't know.
Look at the census. Did you hear how much money they are asking for? India, Pakistan, all these countries are asking for something way less. What is wrong with us?
I don't, and they are more than us. Way more
what
than
is
us.
what is wrong with us is leadership. Once the
It's leadership,
leadership
simple.
has been corrected, all these things will follow.
Ah,
Now they
imagine how somebody manage one state for complete 8 years. He never borrowed 1 naira. At the
Yeah,
end, he still saved, and they are calling the man stingy. Is that
yeah.
stinginess?
well,
You
like
know,
that.
it still amazes me that till date, not one person. It's like you're looking for a role model or someone to hire for your personal business. Not
Yeah.
one person till date can come up and say this is what he did and he stole money here or he misappropriated funds. Not one.
Did you hear what one Ghanaian pastor said? He said 3 people are running for presidency. I don't know if you guys saw the video.
Yes, I saw the video.
Is it the pastor?
Eh, he
Yeah, in
said,
Ghana.
Okay, yes,
He
I
said,
saw
"What
a
is
video like that.
wrong
what
with
is wrong with
Nigeria?"
Nigeria?
He said it's supposed to be
Yes,
on the
yes,
hold.
yes. Ah, oh girl,
I don't even
oh girl.
understand. I
Me
don't
and my
understand.
mind, I'm still stuck on that 9,000 pounds.
Ah,
I've not been able to move forward
I tell
from
my yeah, I tell my yeah.
yeah.
No, go talk. No, leave that one. No, a lot of things is happening.
And you
Okay,
know,
can I tell you the only thing I'm stuck, my mind is stuck is what does it taste like? I'm thinking, what does it taste?
wondering that
Until
money,
you test it
how
now.
life when go change, the community, how the community go take change. You know how many light you go give people. I mean, now don't they think? People no get ordinary drinking water. People no get
Yeah.
am. You need think 9 million naira go do for people life for if just one community you go change their life finish patapata. Now that one I just dey
Okay,
think since. I know even all
I
these
tell my
big
yeah.
big money wey dey my
I tell my
mind.
yeah. I chatted you. I say, how much is it in Nigeria money? He said 9 million. Abi?
Now, so they talk, they say that 9 million.
Wow. You see,
One
all these things, many of these things you are showing us now. It's you that is there that is seeing it. Many of us are not seeing it here. You understand? Because our principal Peter said one thing. I discussed it with our brother Evans when I was talking to, when he called me yesterday. I said, Mr. Peter said, if our eyes open to see what government officials do in the office, whenever we see any politician, we stone them. He said it way back. I think when he came out from Anambra, that is when he finished his tenure in Anambra. Because you know what they do there, you know what they are capable of doing. A lot of things. When a visitor come, they will do a lot of ceremony that the kind of money they spend. Eh? So a lot of things is happening there. This one is small thing now, 9 million naira. Chicken change now.
Make
According
una
to
see
our palace here.
this thing, oh. Make una see this thing. Abeg, make we read that together. Hey, Nigeria, this na from, I don't know who this person be, Michael William, whoever. Like na Israeli and American. Say Nigeria is a country that breeds criminals. From the
That is
chief
it.
judge to the lowest. You can imagine a country where a chief judge can do this just for corruption. When I say Nigeria breeds criminals, it is not just cyber criminals, but a criminal president, a drug dealer, and now this picture.
They have see us
That is
finish.
it.
That's why it's called see
Look at the
finish.
name they are giving us.
See
And
finish.
that's why we can't even defend ourselves, even in workplace. I mean, it's just
For where?
difficult.
For
I
where?
saw this thing the other day. I think I saw it on Twitter, and I think I posted it in chat comment section a while back, where in a university it looked like Chat GPT, but I wasn't. It didn't really state clearly, but they asked, "What's the first word that comes to mind when you think of corruption?" Nigeria was there, and Tinubu, his name was there. So they have see finish.
Hey, we have suffered. See why we cannot give up? This is why we fight. This is why we
That
have
is
to
it.
fight. We cannot give up. Look at, meanwhile, you're not there when these people are collecting all this money that they are stealing. Look at this one. Now, this one, a person, grandpapa. So, this is somebody's grandfather. Please, you come and tell me. What heritage are they leaving for their grandchildren? They're not even they, you know what? Nigerians don't really love their children. Most, I'm sorry to say this, but I
Yes, you are right.
they
You are
don't.
right.
They
You are
just
right.
have children
I
out of
agree.
duty. They do not care about their children. They don't have love. That love is because if you love your child, you will want the best for that child. You will want to, you're always thinking ahead. You're willing to put your life down for your child. I don't see it with a lot of Nigerian parents. I'm a Nigerian. This thing I'm saying is heavy for me to say, but I have to say it.
I
You are
agree
telling
with
the
you.
truth.
People with 6 children,
You are
9
telling the truth.
children, 4 children, no love. They are so disconnected. That's why they can send them to, they'll send them to boarding school. Nothing. They just say, just go to boarding school. They're trying to get rid
When the
of.
scripture said that the love of money is the root of all evil,
Oh God.
that scripture verse played out in Nigeria to the
I'm
maximum.
telling you,
Do we,
to the
do we remember?
maximum. Eh?
Look at America. I mean, look at all the founding fathers. They've worked knowing fully well that every time, even till this day, they still referring back to the founding fathers. They will say
I'm
the founding
telling you.
fathers said this, the founding. What are we doing? Our own. There's nothing. We don't care about who's coming behind us. As long as we are okay, as long as
I'm,
we're able to eat the money. That's why we are eating it now.
It's unfortunate that we don't have patriotic Nigerians anymore because this man,
Yes.
this old man, is supposed to, even if he's under threat, he's supposed to sacrifice his life for the nation.
I'm telling you, we will say,
Yes.
look at somebody like Pade Banjo. I just played the interview. What did the man say when they were trying to twist him into saying, since the president elect, somebody has, he said, we are going to court. Peter Obi said, we are going to court. We are going to court. We are going to collect
be
our
it.
mandate. The man no even let make anybody talk for the news channel again. He just take over the news channel. He just dey tell them wetin he want to see. We are going to court. We are waiting. We are fighting for our mandate. Pa Adebanjo is what, 95 years old. The man does not care. He's like, we have to get it right for the sake of the children. Look at the man getting up and campaigning with Peter Obi because he sees, he knows that, my goodness.
Even Olusegun Obasanjo, he said it. He said, even if I have to put down my last blood for this cause, I will do so. These are the, I know that, yes, he has wronged Nigeria, but he want to make it right. If this old man, this Chief Justice, this old man, if he sacrificed his life, they go see what he do bad. Even if they are putting God,
The man is like at least 75. At least,
even
like
if
he
they are
looks.
putting gun on his head, it's okay. Let me sacrifice for this nation. Won't we appreciate that?
And the crazy thing, even the interview he gave, he was blinking so fast. I'm like, dude, you're lying. You're lying. Like, you're lying.
We are going to do the right thing for Nigeria. Remember that. I remember that interview.
No, but another way, the way I see it, the man is still scared. He's scared of what is going to,
Yes.
he's scared of
Yes.
Nigeria. He's scared of what is going to happen.
He's only scared of being exposed.
What is he scared
Guys, no, see. Wait, oh my, hold on one second. So you know when you say there's a difference between being sorry about doing something and then being sorry that you got caught. You're not actually sorry that you did it. You're just sorry that you got caught. That's exactly what's playing out. Because why then rush down? Oh, you fly back immediate. If your hands are so clean and you have nothing, then why fly back so quickly? And then all of a sudden it's a stage. Oh, you're coming out of
he's going to
for
pray.
prayer, and then you're now giving an interview.
How many hours?
For what reason? We're not dumb.
How many hours from UK to Nigeria? They thought this generation, they are playing with the wrong generation. I'm sorry. This generation.
Oh yeah, speak me, BBMJ. You can mute you. I need to go and drink water because my body don't dey hot again. I beg.
You sure say you don't go take shower, so
This wine thing.
Oh my goodness. I salute everybody. I greet everybody according to your time. Mazi, Ogbona, Oga Patrick, welcome. I was listening to you guys talk right now, and I heard when Omoye said that Nigerian parents don't love their kids, and it took me. Me and Omoye had discussed earlier back, and I remember when she said that thing the first time. It took me a while to like, what? I love my daughter. I love my kids. I had to think about that. But it is so true. The first time I heard anything called generational wealth was in this country. And I thought about it. What is generational wealth? It is you intentionally building something, whether you benefit from it at that point in time or not, but you are looking towards the people coming behind you that are going to benefit from that. And that goes on and on and on. And the very first example people always think about is Disneyland. Today, millions, and I mean millions of people, benefit from Disneyland because of one man's dream that did not even come on a platter of gold, because he went through his hoops before he got to where it was. And today, even his own family is not so represented in it because a lot of them have passed away directly or indirectly, but it is still building wealth, and it will always, always build wealth. One of the beautiful TV stations we have here, ABC7, is owned by Disneyland, and yet they do what they're supposed to do. And I think back and I'm thinking, who has done anything like that can look down and say, yes, I started it from 1914 or whatever, and it is still trickling down and people are still getting something out of it? I can't think of anything. And the only thing that I could like came into my head is Eco Hospital, because that was made by three friends, and their kids, the ones that became medical doctors or had anything to do with medicine, are still getting out of it. But truly, Nigerians don't think of things like that. And I'm beginning, it makes me wonder, is it the Guguru seller that is on the main road that will build generational wealth? Or is it the woman selling puff puff at CMS bus stop that will build generational wealth? I mean, is it the teacher that is going to school to look for cupboard to put on her table that will be? I mean, because there's nothing like that. The government does not even encourage you to do it.
Mom, I hate to cut you short, but you sound like a professional TV person, like a newscaster, like for real, for real.
Oh, thank you. Is that a compliment? Should I take it a yes or no?
Oh, that's a compliment.
Oh, thank you.
You definitely sound
I must tell you though, I do have a background in radio. So maybe that's
radio. That's it. Radio.
Yes, I do have something to do. Well, that was when I was in Nigeria. I do have something to do with radio. So
radio.
I start thinking like that, and I'm wondering, wow. So because and it's also a problem amongst the blacks here, but even at home, because I will wonder if Tinubu was thinking about generational wealth, the first thing you will be worried about will be leaving a good name behind, right? Okay, another person that probably did something like generational wealth was Abiola, but too many women entered the matter and then scattered the whole thing. The thing no come fine again. So I'm now wondering, what is he going to leave behind when his grandkids, and when he eventually passes away? Because he will buy, we like it or not. It's just the day we do not know. The sooner the better would have, helped matters. But we're not going to go into that. But I keep on wondering, when people talk about his father or their grandfather, will they smile, or will they be like, man, your grandfather was a piece of ASHIT in all caps and colors? That's what he is. Because he didn't build generational wealth, but he did not even encourage anybody to build that generational wealth. I was having this conversation with my husband today, and we saw somebody that had a lot of money, and we're like, when Nigerians have money, what do they really do with it? The people that claim to have money, what do they do with the money? They either throw a big party, they buy different cars. The cars you are buying to drive, you don't even drive them on main roads. You won't even have enough common sense to say, let me fix the road so that this car I'm buying will not go bad on time. So, it's interesting to me that why do we do that to ourselves? And point blank, we truly do not love our children. In fact, the loving, we don't even love our individual selves. Because if you love your individual self, you would want to make life comfortable for you to the point that it will trickle down to somebody else. But we are all very selfish. So bloody selfish. I mean, you go and put a toll gate where the common man driving on that road will pay 10 times over. And even when you collect the money, you don't even do anything reasonable with the money. So this love, I think that's where we should start from. And I think that's what I love about Peter Obi. The very first thing that attracted me to that man was his sense of clothing. Two things: sense of clothing, and the fact that when he travels, he carries his own carry-on bag. He does not have 10 people walking around him. You hold the purse, another person hold the phone, another person hold the bag, another person be fanning me behind. I don't see that. And then he just wears a black shirt. Well, whatever the name could be, but that's just his statement. There's no flamboyancy around him. I mean, you could pass him on the road and say, okay, this is just an ordinary trader, but his sense of what's the word? His intelligence is just top notch. And I wonder, is that a crime for us to have and own and say, this is my own president? I mean, what's wrong with that? Because I am still waiting for Buhari, I am really praying. I'm waiting for him to say, Nigerians, I'm sorry for what I put you people through. Things are going to be better. Because the generational wealth I did not give to you, you will start enjoying it now. That's just what I wanted to chip in. I hope it made sense, Sha. Because
Can I
it's
can
really
I can I
understood.
say something real quick before you go? Can I say something so you
Yes,
can don't you see you said something about our black American brothers and sisters. Don't you
yes.
see that it's the same thing that's being mirrored over here? It's the same
To
thing.
some extent, yes. You know what? I'm now beginning to think, is it this color of sick? I'm going to bleach tomorrow. Is it
That's
the
where
color
you
of
are
the
that's
skin?
where I'm
I
going.
have to
That's
tell
where
you
I'm
because
going with that.
I think,
That's
I
where
think,
I'm
I
going.
think it is my brother. I am now beginning to
It's
think that the brain too is black. Because if the brain is white, I then go bleach tomorrow. If I bleach, make I come yellow, I go begin to dey get that
Now
no,
you
but you know
understand
what?
my
I not gree
feelings.
you, I not gree you.
Now
Egyptians
you are
yellow,
this
Egyptians
I
white, Tunisian white,
sympathizer.
all of them they see they do yeah.
I big
BBMJ,
sympathizer. Now you understand why they bleach abi. This is why. Well,
sister,
Come
BBMJ,
on.
the point you just made, if I may, about parents, I actually have a story that's really close to heart. So, and let me just tell it this way. There's a particular friend, right, that when the dad died, she got some, like, okay, because of his position, whatever, she got some like money and all that stuff. So mom used it to, buy like a shop or whatever and stuff, saying, oh, when the girl becomes of age, she will be able to inherit the quote unquote BBMJ. I don't know, should I say $1, Bina, what amount of money should I even use? To date, and the girl hasn't seen. Like when you talk about if you talk about wisdom in terms of like you're setting something up for the next generation, okay, then set it up so that by the time they're ready to start life, they already have something to get going. But that seed is eaten. And I think the mindset that people leave now, I've seen a lot of parents is like, oh, when I buy and pass away, okay, whatever I leave, that's what you get. But not in the sense of like I'm not creating anything new for you or anything to propel you in the next generation or in your own journey of life. It's just whatever I leave. So if I leave a spoon, you should take it. If like whether the spoon is going to be useful in 20 years down the road, like to them, that's their idea. Like we'll do bed now with everything we have, and share where we go, they will get it. Like that's the idea that I see.
Can I add to what you just said? The one perspective that I will add to this. If you really look, that is exactly the problem we have with our leaders. That's why they are not going away. They are taking what belongs to the youth. You will see a 70-year-old man. You will see 70 so is you Tinubu that's 80-year-old doing buga, doing this. I mean, it's great to have a young heart. I understand that you don't want to grow old. But the fact of the matter is that that's where you see civil servants are in a particular job. They are there till they keep changing their age. And the new ones cannot even come in to find jobs because the old ones are there. They don't care. I mean, you
bam.
see these oldest men competing, going around destroying lives of all these young girls in town because they are not going to go anywhere. That's what I was just thinking about that.
Let me just tell you, let me give you a real life story. There's somebody I know back home then, right? When I was in Nigeria. This guy comes from an extremely wealthy family. Hmm? Now, I remember he was sharing a story about his father. He was telling us about his father. He said when they would go for meetings with his father, because apparently he has some businesses. When we go for meetings, the man bleaches. He would what's it called? Color his hair. The old man color his hair on his head and his hair on his down under. I don't want to mention. You get it. Okay, when I dey hear story o, he say he never see that kind thing before. When the man, when they go do meeting with the papa go dey tell, when they want to bring ideas, like, they're sharing ideas or maybe they're talking, the man will say, will you hush there? If not for me, will you have any job? The clothes on your back, na me put am for your back. Wetin you dey talk? Shush and sit down. If I don't have this company, will you have any mouth to be talking? You dare not talk. Like, you can't even challenge him, nothing. This man still dey carry, as at that time the man was in his 70s. The man dey carry small, he say na small small girls the man take dey eat breakfast, lunch and dinner. This was his own son saying it. He said, look, let me tell you people, you don't understand. These men that you are looking, all these our papas dem, their head no correct o. They don't care. Every day this man, and he has a wife at home o, their mama dey house, but the children plus all the staff know say the man dey change women up and down. And na small small girls e dey carry. Small small small, like 18, 15. Yuck. There's another one I knew then, you go in office, for front of the office reception, you see like small small children go just line up. They no fit pass 18. They just line up, they dey Nigeria. Na that time I take know say, I'm sorry. The only person I know that love his children is my father, because my papa ready to lay im life down for you. Take it, leave my children alone. Na only that one I know. I never see. So now looking back now and watching how this thing is playing out, I'm so disgusted. These people don't care. These are people who will eat the seed and the harvest. They don't even allow the to grow. They will uproot the seed, they will cook am. Then from the small harvest when they go cook that one join. God forbid. What kind of nation is that? There's a problem. Oh, if we do not take this country back from these people, my goodness, if our righteousness or our good and our truth does not dismantle these people more, we're in big trouble. Honestly, no
Seriously.
playing.
Seriously.
It's so terrible. You look at this old man, you're in a wheelchair, for crying out loud. You travel all the way. You're going to talk about Nigerian secrets in a foreign land with foreign people listening. They're the ones that will serve you, so they will know what's going on. You go and how much are they going to give you that you will benefit from, that you want to enjoy in this life? Are you not old enough to say, you know what, how many life I remember? If you want to put, see, per day bound, the man, like, he does not care. If they carry him bitch, go meet the man tomorrow. Now I tell you, the man will say, you go even tell them, put it here, aim it in the chest so that you will not miss. That's no, it's true, because he's made up his mind. Like, things have to be right in
You're
this country.
right.
Why don't we have old people like that? Why don't we have examples of people that are willing to? You have old men as leaders.
They,
They are coming back to tell you they want to rule you again. They are speaking
they have
English.
eat dodo.
Miss
They have eat
Omoye,
dodo.
you
They
see
have eat dodo. They can't speak ododo again.
do you see what you just said? Is that not reflective of the loan they are taking? Do you see now that you can reflect that into the loan? They are taking loan from like the fifth generation down, unborn children.
See,
They are
let
taking
me
loan on their head.
yeah, the picture you just painted now. Let me refine that picture. Let me make it much more beautiful. Before anybody like that travels, you first of all have to announce so that they will plan for your stay. They will plan for you coming because of security concerns. Because let's put it into perspective. The person going there is the Chief Justice of the Federation. That means the whole court in Nigeria hangs on him. So you cannot just wake up in the morning and go for trips. It's already pre-planned. Your stay is pre-planned. Everything, they know that about you. And it's not the first time he's going to that place. So that hotel definitely knows about him. Now, Tifnumbu that he's going to meet is also pre-planned. What makes you think they have not booked that room? What makes you think The seat you're going to sit down on to have the discussion hasn't been bugged. You carry yourself, go give yourself, say, now me be this, so whatever we want to do, make gonna follow me do. I heard one story my husband was telling me today that Kamala Harris went to Ghana, and the security, I don't want to talk, the Olokpa wey follow and waka go search the Oloka or the Olokpa for Ghana, say make we look your body before we allow our madam to come. As in, we don't trust you.
Oh yeah, they said Ghanaians inside their own country before they could. That thing has shame.
See, the shame will catch me. I can't say that one as small. That means to our own. Them for say make them check the whole airport. Now the whole airport for all the nail, all the chair. Now for check everything. Now lock my alone and then check for that one. And so you can imagine all these places they go to for treatments. What makes you think that as you're lying down there for the treatment, they never put one thing for your teeth where they follow you waka, as you shit, they follow you waka, as you turn head, they follow everything where they talk, then sabi and finish. What you carry yourself, you say, I am here, give me treatment. For heaven's sake, when will they stop? Why can't you make your own place? I never see where any Oyibo man for this life go anywhere say, oh, Nigeria is the place I want to come for treatment.
Make I play this video for now before I come to Mama Etro. Sister Bibi, thank you very much. Abemo, you say this thing not be today start. This rigging.
On behalf of our three political parties, and in the name of the vast majority of the people of Nigeria, we reject in its entirety. We reject in its entirety and without any reservation whatsoever the declaration of the Alhaji Shegu Shagari on behalf.
Mama Bibi, welcome. Oh, Mama Echo, sorry. Welcome. Happy Friday, ma.
Happy Friday to everybody.
Happy Friday. Oh.
You see, when I listen to you guys behind the scene, I laugh. Why do I laugh? We condemn all these old men for doing this, for doing that. Are we not a perpetrator? Are we not the one that aid them to succeed in all these things? Are we not? Who rig election for Tutu? Is it old people?
Now young people, Mama, no lies detected.
Who helped them to carry this looted money? Is it old people?
No, now young people. Oh, young people, yes.
So before we open our mouth to talk rubbish, let us search ourselves. We are the cause of this trouble. They cannot do anything without us.
That's true.
I use the word us because it is our age people that aided them to this point. In the current civil servant we are even talking about, who is helping them to do all the changes and changing? Is it not us? So if they don't have good name, we too, we don't have good name. Because we help them to succeed to this point. The money they carry from Nigeria, who is helping them to load it in a private jet? Is it old people? When they get to UK and everywhere that they carry the money go, is it old people that still help them to bring it out and keep it? My greatest joy be say our head, it don't reset. The old man you people describe that carry guess. Now old women that they carry. Is it old women?
Of course, some people they follow old women now. Nothing dey wrong with them.
No, but the thing is this: is it not small girls that throw themselves upon them, and
No
they think that what the only
no.
let me finish. They think that the only thing that Papa God created in their life is only their banana that they can use to make money,
Not
whereas they
all
are
the
smart
women.
and intelligent.
Right, Mama Echo, look at the point I'm trying to make about that is most of these young people are vulnerable. Someone with the age range of 13 to 18. Most of these older men take advantage of them. Yes, there are some of them who throw themselves at these people. Of course, we know that. I'm referring to the fact that these old men that are supposed to be handing over to their own children, they have companies. Okay, my children here, take care of this company. So me, I will take take a step back and let you guys lead. No, instead the grandpapa go bleach im hair, e go bleach im down under. They go dey carry small children, they take advantage of them. Na im we dey talk about, but I understand what
But
you're
the truth
saying.
is this: if my papa be thief, I go know from day one saying the thief. All the children of all these rich people, don't they know their parents from day one?
They do. This one, no. Yes.
So what did they do to stop it?
They were too afraid. You no wan make dem cut am off
Correct.
from will, money.
Because they have a mindset that if I don't work in my father's empire, I can't survive.
Yes.
But if
Fact.
you have tell you to hell with your empire is built upon the blood of innocent Nigeria. Father, I cannot walk in this place. I will go and make a life of my own. And disown him. I think it is high time some of these children begin to disown their parents. Because if there is anything I know the African parent fear most, is for their child to walk up to them and say, Papa, Mama, I disown you today. So we are the cause of this trouble. But I'm glad for one thing. That this election, when I thought it's not going to be as usual, is playing out. Not just in the political arena, but in our own self. Now we are beginning to think. Now we are beginning to reason. Now we are beginning to see ourselves first as human beings, the second as Nigeria. Before, what were we seeing ourselves? Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo. That was the language almost during the election until the last ending. So all of us, let us correct this error. Because some of us, we are friends. And we are friend and friend and friend and friend of all the perpetrator. So when we begin to have conversation around this friend, let us bring this on the table. Let us bring it on the table.
Absolutely.
They never even swear us in. Israel don't they write about us.
I'm telling you. Oh, Okorelo.
Shebi I talk for beginning when the thing start say, look, the problem on ground is not only those people at all. We when it did that.
All of us. No
I
one
said
go.
all of us it go affect. They never swear in. That statement is coming to pass already.
I'm telling you. In fact, all of us.
So if they swear in, anytime when me and you want travel, they go come use knife, cut us, open everywhere to see whether we not be drug baron. Nigeria court system. Nigeria therefore na handle as yam. Una judgment na be knife. Make una tell us where una go cut am from. Because this knife when they give una and Nigeria as a country as yam, if una not cut am well. Before, my papa used to say, they're not thief am. Because na thief, they thief my papa. He lost for Nigeria. I want to thief my papa. This is 38 years of my life. I don't sabi wetin happen to my papa. So the thing is this. That means you people are my father's age. What name are you leaving behind? Because when I was growing up, father used to tell us a good name is better than silvers and gold. But the fathers of this day does not say that. Oh, the mother of this day does not say that. Now competition, how will they do?
Now that one me take grow. Now so they tell us for house. If you bring anything when not be your own, they go say where you take see and carry and go back to where you bring am come from.
You are in serious trouble now.
If
But
you bring pencil, every day we come back from school, my father must search our bag. So as you they come back from school, you they do left, right to go meet them. He go search. If he see pencil, when he not buy, he go tell you, say, where you get them? When they blow your grammar, he go say, now one, I give you two choice here. Tomorrow, when you reach school, go tell your teacher. Give her the pencil, tell her, say you thief am. If you not do that, next tomorrow they come and assembly now go disgrace you. So the choice, do you want to just go and do your confession to your teacher? Or do you want your father to come to the assembly ground to go and now say you thief pencil? And in the, children, not be say you thief am, the thing fall. You like her, say, you see the color of the pencil, e fine pass your own. You can't find a way make your classmate turn him back, you can't color beer. As the pencil to enter your hand be that. But this day, shame on us. Women especially, shame. Why did I say so? Are we women not the one going to bribe so that our children can pass primary 6 exam? You go force money come out for your husband hand because big best pikin they go this school. Your daughter or your son must also go to this school. Competition of the highest, unhealthy competition. This one is going to so secondary school. Your child must be there. You must force the money from the man. So we men, now we they cause this greed where most of these men they do. Competition. Now see where it end us. Now see where it end us. The next competition when they run for Nigeria now. Now, oh, my child, this person child is in UK going to school. Or the child is in US going to school. Therefore, my husband, you must bring money. Men will set our pig. We women, we cause this most of this trouble. We push most of these men to do these things. It doesn't concern us. As long they call me madam, on the street they hear you. In the party where you drive, they spread the money now, you that they hear. Now put us for where we did so. But I'm glad for one thing. For the first time in our life, in our history, we are beginning to see how decay our country has become. And we are ready to fight to build a new Nigeria. So when we carry this conversation out of this place, we are friends to these women. We belong to them. Let us stop pressurizing your husband to bring them money to live that luxury life. What do we even they look for this life? Papa God, we are sorry, because you make it simple for us. You say, make we not think of tomorrow, because tomorrow will take care of itself. But we are always pursuing tomorrow in all the things we do. In fact, when we see another day, which is yesterday, tomorrow, we don't see, we are not focusing on today. Now, tomorrow, now they look for. This is my belief in life. Naked I came into this world. Naked I am going back. As long I'm able to cover my nakedness, as long I'm able to put a roof on my head, and since now one leg I get, so I still need a car for easy movement. As long God gives me that, and I put food on my table, I am contented. Every other one is for humanity. Some of us, humanity is far away from us. That's why we are acquiring. There's somebody in Nigeria, I've forgotten the name. His car garage alone. The motor I get for a car garage is
Not be Dino. Now Dino be that now.
no,
Dino
not
be
Dino. It's not Dino.
Okay.
What of Agbado?
No, I saw it. I forgot to record it.
Okay.
Over 2 billion. Over 2 billion he has for car. And every year when new car come, he must buy the different colors. So that when he then go out, his car color must match the cloth when he wear. And me and you know say car na liability. The very day you drive a brand new car out of the lot, as you carry and drive like this, the car has lost value. And yet, that is what fancy our life.
Thank you, Mama.
It will say we be Papa God, eh? Hey! This air where we dey breathe, no person for fit buy am o. No person. Nigeria, Africa, no person do us o.
Now we do ourselves.
Now we do ourselves.
What
Let's change. Let's take humanity first. Because if we think humanity, you will not even be fighting your person in your place of work not to get promotion. Neither are you going to go and do medicine since you don't get promotion. We must buy so that I can take over. These are all ingredients of greediness. And yet when we buy, they go carry us for casket, they go put us for church, and begin to pray one useless prayer. Rest in peace. How should you rest in peace when you did not work for peace where you are living? Any one of us that did not work for peace when he or she is still living can never rest in peace. So, between you and me, if we want to rest in peace, let's start now.
Thank you very much, Mama. Well said, though. We appreciate you all the time. You know, you always come with your fire. We appreciate that a lot. I mean, I want to go the roundup. Make I go rest for the night. I beg, because that's 9,000 pound whiskey. The thing they give me headache. I can't believe the lives that could have been changed. Now a person just drink one sitting. My God. Miss Top Notch, please give me your final thoughts.
After Mama H, all I say is God bless Nigeria because it's gonna take all of us. Seriously, it's gonna take all of us.
I'm telling
It's
you.
gonna take you, every single person doing the right thing. That because everyone knows what's right and everyone knows what's wrong. It's like Nigeria, you're not supposed to be driving the opposite side of traffic. Why are you driving on the opposite side of traffic? Just do the right thing. It's gonna take all of us. Like Mr. His Excellency, he will go in there and he will do his absolute best. We trust it will take everybody being on their not even best behavior. Just even if you say you don't know, you've done bad for so long, learn to do the right thing. Start now in your own personal life, because that in what's the word, personal integrity, you can't trade it. I think some of the problem with the other generation felt like once you have money, you have everything, and morals don't matter, personal
Mm.
integrity doesn't matter, and that's the biggest lie. Because someone, I think it was Miss Victoria said it, the love of money is the root of all evil because it will blind you. Say a man's gift makes a way for him. Bribery, it will blind you from being able to do just and being able to do what's right. And you can't go through life thinking that because you have $1 billion, Shaharian billion, they're trying to keep up with Saudi prince that dropped 450 billion dollars in a day. If you, at the end of the day, it's who you are that matters. What you leave for people that matters. How you treat people that matters. You know, they say the thing, people don't care what you think until they know, until people don't care what you think until they know that you care. Like it seems Mr. B just in just videos, and he has just upheld discipline and personal integrity. And we all have to learn it in our individual lives. So that's my addition. Thank you very much. Have a good night and great weekend, everybody.
You as well, Miss Tuffner. Thank you so much for your great points. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. J, let's have your final thoughts.
Okay. I just want to. I listened to everything that Mama Ito said, and I want us to. She's absolutely correct, but also want us to look at it from the perspective that look, all these behaviors and value system were passed down to those old men that we're talking about. They didn't just pick up those things, and also they have actually successfully passed it down to the next generation, and that's what we're seeing. So all these youths that are carrying boxes for them, they've also taught them how to the wrong attitude. So I think the sooner we start snatching and breaking away from the traditions, I think that's the only way out for us because a lot of us that have left Nigeria, come overseas, we've been able to pick up, systems where our value systems have changed. So until our brothers in Nigeria, brothers and sisters in Nigeria also can start to break things, but also poverty is actually the problem. Sometimes they want to do the right thing, but the poverty won't let them do the right thing. So that's all I have to say. Have a good night, everybody.
You as well. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Mr. Patrick, let's hear your final thoughts.
Okay. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, please. I think you have called me before.
Mm.
I
You
went
say?
out that time. I think you have called me before since I came
Oh
in.
yeah, you yes. Okay, we're shutting
I
down right now. Yeah, that's true. You've already spoken. Yeah.
no,
So
no, 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 I never spoke, no.
okay. Now final
There's a
thoughts.
time I went out.
Okay, I didn't notice.
I
So
thought okay, okay.
yeah, you were still here.
So
Go
yeah.
ahead.
Thank God for you. Thank God for all the panelists for you to think and bring out this media so that we can air our minds. It's very good of you. I want to use this opportunity before I go ahead to thank Mama Eche he gifted me credit to that time of 4,000 naira. Then Mr. Evans too gifted me data, very big one. So I want to use this opportunity to thank to all of you. God will bless you abundantly in Jesus' name. I thank God. Yeah. I thank God for all of you who are thinking good because you are there. You have passed through this hell we are passing here in Nigeria. And you are there. You are seeing a lot of things you are still holding. More evil are still perpetrating on Nigerians. Look at the election. Look at, everything is just nonsense. But with this media now, we can even know, even see what we don't even see, we don't used to see before. Many of us. So I just want to use this opportunity to thank you. I believe this time around, I used to say that this election is like a bone that hangs on their throat. To vomit it is a problem. To swallow it is a problem. Mr. Peter Obi is a problem to them now. They don't know how the thing will come out. That's why they are going around talking all of nonsense, doing as if they know what they are doing. They don't know what they are doing. They have blindfolded everybody with poverty. So people, if somebody is poor, you cannot think right now. You cannot reason well now. So if you don't have money to feed your children, you don't have money to take your children to school, how will you think right? If you come down Nigeria and see how people look, how people go, you see them in video now. You watch our principal went to the guy that they carried to hospital. Look at how people is there. Look at the compound they live. That's how it is all over Nigeria. And see where our principal went yesterday. See the big man that you go meet, the schoolmate. See the door. I think our principal was telling him, he still have another door. That is what I think when he opened the inner door to enter the parlor. Look at the way the man decorating place. Look at the house he built. They build it and they hang themselves in. Nobody to come in. The type of people that come in is big men like them. All the promises go to hell. That is it. And the way our mama talk, that is word of elderly. Yes. So, but when you're growing up as a child, is what they tell you will do. Some of us they taught us to do bad and follow that bad till we grow. Some of us they taught us to do good. We follow that good to grow. Like me, I lived with my grandmother when I was small. My grandmother when I was going to school. We have grown. Don't go do anything with a girl. If you carry any girl come here with a pregnancy, now you are how I don't know anything about. So that thing lived in my that is I don't know where it lived till today. I never forget it. So that is it. So many of those children, when they were growing up, the people was what they are planting in them is how to get rich, how to get money, especially our side. Go and bring money. Go out and bring money. That's why many of us don't go to further education. So my people, but I believe this time around, this fight we are fighting is not for us. It's for our children to come. Because if had it been our fathers, our forefathers fought this fight now, by now, Nigeria would be a better place for everybody to live. I used to hear that the Indians, many other nationals used to come here to come to UCH here for medical checkup. But now we are going there. After years, after decades, we are going backward. One step forward, 100 step backward. We cannot boast of light. We cannot boast of anything in Nigeria now. I don't know what we can boast of as a nation. We borrowed many trillions of naira now. We are still going to borrow again. I learned that China did not give us money again. So it's even better. Because if they borrow that money, they still share it among themselves. They share it. And those who receive maybe 5,000 or 10,000. They will be in shout, we have Jagaban, we have Ashiwaju. Which Ashiwaju? That is draining your life to the last. Huh? So, my sister, thank everybody. In fact, if you keep talking about Nigeria, we'll talk it from now to tomorrow, next tomorrow, and it will not finish unless we do the right thing. When they come here, everybody will go and sit in the church and they will pray. If you go to church in the morning, you know give your child food, the child will stay hungry, because God cannot come down from that prayer you are praying there, cannot make your child to eat food unless you give that child food. That's how they blindfold us with Christianity here. With religion, they say you should go and pray that God should do this. God cannot come down from heaven and do it for us. We are the one to do it. So if over there you are, you know how you go to church. The church is not that you have to work for your living. You have to work for the house you are living. You have to work for, if you want to buy a big car. You work, and there's like 24 hours. So anytime you want to work, you can work. But here now, everything is down. Thank you very much.
Very much, Mr.
Oh,
Patrick.
bless you.
I appreciate
Never
your
remove me. Oh.
Yeah, I go soon end now, so I just take.
I know if you end, we go together.
Okay, no wahala.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mama Echo, let's have your final talk. May I come to my sister BBM, then we end.
You see, at least we've discovered we have problem.
Yeah.
So now that we've discovered, we have a lot of work to do together to clean up this mess. We have a lot of work to do together. Like somebody said something in one group I went to. He said, the people we call Agbero, area boys, that we stripe out of their value, and we treat them as worthless people. Because of that, the politician capitalizes on it during election, or when they want to buy people that are opposing them. They try to treat them and give them a little value. So when they give them those a little value, it makes them to do that extra mile to do their bid. So if we want to stop thuggery in Nigeria, if we want to stop Agbero, we have work to do, to work together and give them value and treat them as human beings and rehabilitate them and empower them, not by giving them fish, but teaching them how to fish. So that on 2027, instead of working for these people, they will work with us. This is a food for thought. Good night, everybody.
Thank you very much, Mama Echo. Thank you very much for your closing.
Thank you, Mama.
Not true, everybody. All of us did this table. We get plenty humongous tasks ahead, but we move. Thank you. Michael, I'm only going to give you 2 minutes to talk. You just come late. You are just coming now.
Please, I'm sorry about that. You know, our exams commenced last week, so I've been busy. We're writing our exams, so I've been reading since then. So,
No, don't worry. So I'm only giving you a minute. Just say what you gotta say really quick.
well,
Wrap up.
thank you very much to give me the opportunity to talk on this platform. Though I haven't been on this platform for a while now, maybe some days, or I'll say a week. I've been busy reading. We're having our exams, but I'm just happy, for what's going on in Nigeria. I believe that they can't just let this thing P2B just go like that. I believe that P2B win his mandate back, and we are going on, and we must go forward in Nigeria because everyone is now obvious. Everyone knows what's happening in Nigeria, even the international communities. So everyone is now contributing. So that's it. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Michael, and good luck in your exams.
Thank you very much.
To you. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't
All
worry.
right.
After the exam, maybe I'll say I'll be a full member of
No
the
worries. Not
platform.
at all. No problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right then. BBM, please take us home. Thank you. Let's wrap this up.
Hey, my sister. Oh my, yeah, thank you. Please, before I start, the like button is very free. Please, we all learn something anytime we all come here together to talk, and they say charity begins at home. So, please, as you listen, just put a like on the like button. Just go out, smash that like, and then you can come back and listen. But oh my, yeah, I always like to thank you because you are not being paid for this, but you do it with your full heart, and we totally appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's a forum where it's a safe spot forum where we come to vent, we share, we get upset, we step on each other's nerves sometimes, but it's a safe place. So I thank you for always dedicating your time because you could be doing something else, but you chose to do this. So thank you. I celebrate you. I appreciate you.
Thank you
Um,
very much. Thank you.
One thing that always comes to my head anytime I think of the Nigeria scenario is the girls in Afghanistan. And that picture of father, mother, grandmother all running towards the plane to run out of Afghanistan because for the ones that were opportune to get away, they knew it was going to be as bad can be. And sure enough, it's not disappointing because it's that bad. And that's what I think of. And in thinking of that, sometimes I see the reality. I was watching something on Twitter and I saw this young man and he was narrating his story and he was being recorded. And he said, he came down from Abulado. Sorry, if you hear the noise, it's my bird going crazy. He came down from a bus stop in Abulado. He went to see his brother, and someone just asked him, "Hey, where are you coming from?" And the boy just turned back as and say, "Waiting concern you." He said, "Na so hot slap following face. He don't know waiting just happened. He just come down from bus stop, from bus. The waka. Now person ask and say, waiting concern you. Now he say, waiting, person ask and say, where they come from? He say, waiting concern you. Which is normal. I mean, I don't know you. Why should I tell you where I'm coming from? He say, hot slap, follow him. As he won't even recover himself, he say, five guys rush him, beat him black and blue. And then proceeded, they took his phone from him. They made him get into his account. He had a Union Bank account. And they made him transfer his 44,000 naira that was in his accounts. And he was narrating the story and saying he wants to block the SIM card. Now, this is on the 29th. When was 29th? Just 2 days ago, based on whatever time you are. And this is what happened. That is going to be the everyday norm if we allow this thug to get in. And that's just one scenario. We've heard of all the fires. We've heard of all the things happening. I do not even want to imagine him being a president because sanity will be very far away from home. Because this man doesn't care. It is so obvious he doesn't even care about himself, let alone care about somebody else. And his greed has blinded him so very much that his brain is black. And when someone's brain is black, nothing can go in and nothing can come out. And the things inside that brain are already getting rotten. So you can imagine having a thug with a rotten brain. What in heaven's name is going to be good about Nigeria if we allow that idiot to get in there? So please let's think about that. I still have family back at home. I still want to go back home. But I don't want to go home and be looking over my shoulder anytime I take a step out, because that is what happens now. People are not safe. And you can be like, oh, the media blows it out of proportion. Truth be told, no, it's happening regularly at that matter. We know what is happening to our kids in school. We cannot afford. So, whatever, any part anybody can play, I don't know all the parts, but whatever part you can play it well and be a better person for the person coming after you tomorrow. Everybody has that obligation, whether we are in government or not. We all have that part to
Thank
play.
you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful weekend, friends.
You as well. Thank you. All right. This is where we draw the curtains, everyone. Thank you so much. Ah, girl has to go and take a rest. Thank you all. Thank you for the super chat. Sky Scream, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks everyone that gave me a super chat today. Thank you for joining me, all my panelists. I appreciate you all. I hope you have a wonderful night. Don't forget that the protest is happening in Chicago, in Los Angeles, and Washington, D.C. So, whichever venue is closer to you, please take advantage, show up. This matter concerns all of us. If you're a Nigerian and you live in those areas, please show up and be a part of it, okay? All right, then. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good morning. Bye bye. Take care of yourself.
Thank you. Bye.